asiadio egumu watu wenu mo amandianeze ogu asiadio egumu watu wenu mo amandianeze onye anumo wanewe mmekọdo onye akpachalanyao Kanotumu wasiadinanya borozi kafasiadinime.
I am born.
Emanumu wagamasi manenu waro.
And I'm going to help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to get Biafra. Believe me. Go and mark to the States.
I see Mami Nkechi, a rapper don't tell she the new for grave where my uche day Papa Emeka. Don't blind from growing, picking don't fall, now watch up I'm raw. Please have they shake my hand no feel. Yesterday we laughed, today now dust we more. If we don't stop this night where we they share, tell me you go sing for the ones we know.
She need voice from under the soil. Brother, no let my blood turn to oil. Little Ada they ask where my papa go. Her small hand they shake, she knows I be this woe. I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts we no go fail you. If we hold this love, that death go burn you.
No, make we try yo. Back up in the day.
I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts, we no go fail you. If we hold this love, that death go burn you.
Oh, make we try, oh.
Back up joins with the trembling, oh. Hey. If we no join, our children go so.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra. My right to agitate. My right. They done this wrong. Listen to me. Now to terrorism.
Breaking news reaching us now. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been arrested, extradited to Nigeria, and is right now being arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony instituted against him at the Federal High Court.
It was an unjust war.
Long ago, in the heart of Biafra, a nation was born from the ashes of war. A war that scarred the land and its people, yet it never killed the spirit of freedom.
The war aim of Biafra is purely to prevent ourselves being slaughtered, nothing more.
It was in this land, scarred by conflict, that Nnamdi Kanu was born, a son destined to revive the dream of independence for Biafra.
And if anybody is going to judge our success and failure in this war, it will have to depend on how much we have prevented the enemy from killing us.
Raised with the echoes of his ancestors' struggles, Kanu understood that the wounds of war ran deep in the hearts of his people. The scars from the Biafran War, which ravaged the land and cost countless lives, had never healed. The dream of an independent Biafra, broken but not forgotten, lived on in the hearts of those who survived. It was these voices, these memories, that called him to action. As Nnamdi Kanu grew, so did his voice. He became a preacher of justice, a messenger for those who were unheard. He spoke not just for his generation, but for all those whose lives were shattered by the war. The pain of the past was alive within him, and his words resonated with the cries of the oppressed. But as Kanu's message spread, so did the fear of the establishment. His calls for self-determination grew louder, shaking the very foundations of the government. They feared the revival of a Biafran spirit, one that could awaken the wounds of the past and ignite a new conflict. And so, they moved against him. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, his body captured, but his spirit unbroken. The authorities believed that imprisoning him would extinguish the fire he had started. But they failed to understand the depths of his cause. The pain of the war, the bloodshed of the past, was not something easily forgotten. It was a flame that could never be fully extinguished. His arrest became a symbol of the struggle that began in the blood-soaked fields of the Biafran War. The demand for freedom was still alive. The fight for justice continued, not just for Nnamdi Kanu, but for all the lives lost, for all the children born into a world of scars. The fight for Biafra is not just his fight. It is the fight of all those who have ever dreamed of a free land. And though the past may haunt the present, the future is still unwritten. As long as the story of Nnamdi Kanu is told, as long as the voices of his people rise, the dream of Biafra lives on. Arrested again, 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 and yet again.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate, my right. They turned it from reasonable felony now to terrorism.
This is Nnamdi Kanu speaking. Biafra land, listen. They thought they could silence me, but they didn't just cage me. They caged your spirit. They made you forget that our land still bleeds, that our people still suffer, that nothing has changed. 5 years in chains. But what about you? Are you not free? Or have they bound your voice with fear? The struggle was never about me, it was about you, your children, your land, your future. So I ask you, where is the fire that once burned in your heart? Where is the voice that once roared for freedom? Wake up! Rise again. Speak. Act. Remember who you are. This is Nnamdi Kanu.
This is my wicked word. This is my confusion word. Listen to Palibran. I will be telling you a story about one lady girl. Pali they go to work. Pali they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. The river they go. The river they go. Opposite Udi. But the rocky on the side. Along Gusukudu Road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver. The driver waiting they happen. The driver waiting they happen. The driver tell the Pali boy. See no day for talk. See no day for talk. It better you take your eye and see. Then I call the driver. The driver waiting. The driver waiting. This is my wicked word. This is my confusion word. Listen to Palibran. I will be telling you a story about one lady girl. Pali they go to work. Pali they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. The river they go. The river they go. Opposite Udi. But the rocky on the side. Along Gusukudu Road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver. The driver waiting they hang. The driver waiting they hang.
Our Father who art in heaven, Nnamdi Kanu, that your name may be hallowed by name, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and admiration. To pray in the language of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth. Chukwu okike abịa mapụrụ m ihe niile, Chineke na onye ndị nsọ na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye onye anyị na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile, onye anyị na-aja mma wee na-eto anyị enweghị iche ọzọ ewezuga gị. Anyị naghị efe arụsị, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị Igbo ji wee na-etu gị ebighị ebi. Ndị nsọ na-agba oche eze gị okirikiri ha na-akpụ isi ala nye gị, ọbụladị ndị okenye oruo 2 na 4 bụ ndị na-atụ mkpọ ọla edo na ala ha niile si na-ede nsọ Chineke nna nke igwe. N'ụtụtụ a, ehihie, abalị, n'ụwa niile bụ ebe ụmụ gị gbasasịrị ka ụkpaka nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka anyị na-akpọkọta ha eze ebube onye ime eluigwe wee na-arịọ gị mma gị na ebere gị amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ. Anyị wee na-arịọ ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ.
anyị wee na-arịọ gị ezi ebube dị ngọzi ka i wetinye ọgbagha n'etiti ndị iro ka ha rabụ ndị kụziri ka ha wee megide anyị onye nwe m na Chineke na dị nsọ ka aka nsị ndị dị etu a wee baa ha ọnụ ije obodo ekwensu bụ zuu wee laa ya n'iyi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị onye na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi, biko nụ ka iwe mee ka Biafra wee bịa ọsọ ọsọ nna nke bịara na ụmụ gị atakwala n'ahụhụ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị iwe na anyị ezi echiche na amamihe mmekọrịta nwanne na nwanne ịdị n'otu ọganiru ịhụnanya nke pụrụ iche onye nwe m na Chineke nna ka i wee tinye ụmụ gị ezi mmụọ nke eziokwu ma wezụga anyị aka ajọ ihe n'ime ndụ anyị na nke bred ngọzi ka ọ ga-abụ na ikpeta maazị na Biafra ga-abịa anyị ga-aja gị mma wee too gị wee gọzie aha nsọ gị kpụ isi ala nye gị bulie aha nsọ gị elu site n'ebighị ebi mara n'ebighị ka a na-arịọ gị ise ise ise. This very morning, all of you, I believe that those who are watching know who we are and why we do what we do. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are live and we are direct this very morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. And we start this very day by making it abundantly clear that the greatest enemy of a black man is the way that we reason. If not that the way we reason is very, very abhorrent, there is no need or reason why we should be suffering and complaining every blessed day without the courage to do something about it. When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it? Based on that, they now amended the charge again. I removed London. Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196, 174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022. In violation of their own laws. In violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what they are not. Not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committed an act of terrorism. Yes. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person. Is not done anywhere in the world. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delays. That is what the Supreme Court said. I did not jump bail. My home was invaded. They came to kill me and I survived. They came to Kenya to kidnap me, brought me back to this country and seeking to try me, which the law says cannot happen. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then hope to stand on that illegality to conduct a trial is not done anywhere in the world. And you wonder why God cost you. You don't know what justice means. You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. Useless. Your constitution says you cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want you to talk to this. Show me the law. Don't try that. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try rubbish. Don't try rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court's judgment you don't respect. Then why are we in the place? Why are we in the court of law? defend it at all cost. At all cost. It is the land of God, given to his children for their eternal habitation. We may have failed in the past to recognize this very fact, but now that this generation has come, there is nothing anybody can do to stop us from restoring the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth in the land of Biafra, without apologies to anybody.
The Fulani approach to the zoo called Nigeria is called the devil's alternative. Fulani, they have this two-pronged approach to the issue of one Nigeria. If they collapse you through banditry, they will overrun you because they believe they have superior weaponry. Right now, and all of them are in this game together. That's number one. If you sue for peace, which idiots like Omahi are doing, if you sue for peace, they will also get what they're looking for because they will plant Ruga in every local government area. The devil's alternative, whichever option you choose, men are going to die. Men will die. It doesn't matter the option you choose. If you wait for them to do things peacefully, which they will never do, they are going to kill you anyway because they'll be Ruga. And you allow them to forcibly take over your land, you are taken over, they will take it by force. And Fulani will plant their people in your local government areas. That in the next 100 years, you'll be hearing about Olo Emirates. And then we'll be like Hausa people. Our great-grandchildren will now ask their parents, what happened? They will tell them, oh no, there was somebody called Hope. He was playing politics. He loved Nigeria. There was one called Omahi. He loves Fulani. He used to be our brother. But then we are gone. As a race, we are finished. And I said to these fools, Fulani Caliphate is dealing with you people, but you don't know it. They are like the vulture. Nigeria is pregnant. If Nigeria dies during the pregnancy, they benefit. Nigeria gives birth to their Ruga, which they want, a new Nigeria which they want, is also to their benefit. The only people aiding and abetting them are these quislings, the fulefus from the east, intellectuals, and sophisticated morons from the west.
Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking that somehow Ojukwu is responsible for causing a war, when opposite is the case. That Gowon was the aggressor, not Ojukwu. That's how Nigeria is. Always blaming the victim. And we lost over 5 million people during that very genocidal war. They killed over 5 million Biafrans. They wanted to wipe us away from the face of this very earth. But we survived it. And we are here today. Those they gave birth to, they have come. And this time with a wrath that you cannot even begin to imagine. And
what we are pursuing is a part of pressure, relentless pressure, to ensure that Biafra comes. How are we going to employ that pressure? There are only two ways to get your freedom in the history of the whole world. Freedom can be gotten only two ways. One is through the ballot box. In other words, people will contest and they will have Biafra Nationalist Party. Yes, as they have in Scotland. And then we vote for them. When they then go to the house or maybe go to Abuja, they will say, we are here under the mandate of Biafra Nationalist Party. Because of that, we want to go and conduct a referendum in order for us to be free. The other way, you fight. Either you go to the ballot box or you fight. Which option are we choosing? We have chosen to fight.
We the Biafrans call the Finnish authorities to leave Mazi Simon Ekpa immediately. Our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Joko, has not committed any offense. Therefore, we demand for his immediate release. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa and bring him down. No hand must stop Mazi Simon Ekpa from exercising his duty as a free man. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa.
For those of you who do not understand what we are doing, we are fighting for our freedom. And I believe that everyone in this life and in this world, wherever where you are, the country where you're residing, have a history. Now, I want everyone of us here today and those who will listen to this particular speech to note one very important fact. Nigeria state came into being through conquest. This is a fact that nobody can change. Nigeria came into existence through conquest. And the forceful imposition of foreign rule, which denied the indigenous people in Niger area the opportunity to negotiate and choose what they wanted. That is the problem. We have lived with this foreign rule and this forceful for days is the problem. Now, I want everyone listening to me today to also understand that after this forceful union of Nigeria, called the amalgamation, successive regime, both before and after the shambolic independence, continue to hold the state together in a similarly forceful manner, the same pattern and the methodology that the conquest and invasion and the colonizers came in with. They thought by the forceful and the barrels of the gun, they will continue to kill people for the unity of Nigeria. That also is the problem today. So, this impression that they are creating, that the country must remain as crafted from the amalgamation by the colonialists, and that this country called Nigeria unity is non-negotiable. That is also the problem. We have lived from centuries to century, and today we are in the era of 21st century. We are now in a global village where the things of the past and the things of the old are changing to become new. And they don't want to change Nigeria with the dangerous diversity that have now emanated from different angles and the different injustices and corruption, and now Nigeria has found itself to become an Islamic state. That is the problem.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us on today's program. I appreciate everyone that has connected to this program wherever you are joining from. If you are joining us from Biafra land, I welcome you. You are joining from Nigeria, I welcome you. You are joining from Africa, from Asia, Europe, America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. You are joining us from China, from Russia, from Israel. Whichever part of the world you are joining us from, I welcome you and I appreciate you for being part of this very program. Please, as you join us, like the program and share it. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, kindly subscribe. This is the platform for freedom. For the sake of those that are joining us for the very first time, or those who are going to come across our video for the very first time, I want you to know that this very platform, in this platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We do not come to this platform to preach hate. We don't come here to attack people or to attack individuals. We do not come here to promote anything except to promote Biafra. In this platform, we present Biafra to the world. as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. We present Biafra as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. That is what we do in this platform. And in this platform, we welcome every view. Every opinion is important. This is a platform for public opinion. Whether you are a Biafran or non-Biafran, whether you are African or non-African, whether you are a Nigerian, one Nigerianist, or you are a Biafran, no matter what your religion might be, no matter what your orientation might be, you are welcome. More especially those that have superior argument, you are welcome to this platform, and we will give you the time to speak your mind. If you're watching us on TikTok, you're watching us on Facebook, or you're watching us on YouTube where I'm hosting the program, you are welcome. All you need to do is to send us your requests. Once we see your request, we'll bring you into the program and you will air your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion. My duty here is not to force you to do anything. It's not to mold you into anything. It is for you to have a second thought on whatever you believe is the right way to go. It's for you to digest and look at other people's view, compare to your own view, and then make a choice by your own self. I won't be the one to make a choice for you. It is your right to make your choice, what you want. I believe every single one of us in this platform that is watching this program at this particular time, we are of age and we can take decisions. In this platform, we support humanity. We promote humanity. That is what we do. So wherever you are coming from, you are welcome. You are a special guest. And we will give you the audience to speak. Whether you are watching on TikTok, all you need to do is to send me your request. I'll bring you into your opinion when the time is right. If you're on YouTube here with me, you know how we do it. If you're a new person, all you need to do is to click the link on the comment section and you come in. And if you're on Facebook also, send in your requests. And I will bring you in, you speak. The whole world will hear you. Thousands of people are watching us. Thousands of people are going through our programs. Whatever you say here will have an effect. You are entitled to your opinion. I repeat, you are entitled to your opinion. It doesn't matter how other people feel about it. It doesn't matter how you feel about my own opinion. And it doesn't really matter what I feel about yours. As long as you have a conviction in the opinion you have, that is your business. But the purpose of this platform is that after interacting with us here, after listening to us, you go back again and have a second thought on whatever you think you are doing. If you still feel that what you are doing is right, then hold on to it and go on. You are entitled to your opinion. My fellow Biafrans that are watching across the world, we have come today. It is a very special day, the day we have all waited for. And we are going to connect to Abuja to get information on what is happening over there in Abuja. Remember, it's a very special day, a judgment day against Nigeria. I do not see this as a judgment day for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is not. It's not a judgment day for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or a judgment day for Biafra. It is a judgment day for Nigeria. A day the whole world will see what Nigeria is. A day the whole world is focusing and watching to see if Nigeria will redeem its image or it will deepen itself more into destruction. As for those of us who are hardcore Biafrans, we have no expectation from Nigeria. If you are a hardcore Biafran, you must not have any expectation from Nigeria. But what we do is to stay firm, continue to focus and follow them up in Abuja to see what is going to happen. Whatever happens today, all things works for good to them that believe in Chukwu Kabiama. If you're a true Biafran, you have the Biafran blood flowing in you. Everything today is going to work for your own good. It does not matter what you hear. It doesn't matter what you see. It doesn't matter what they say today in the court. It is going to be for your own good. Today is the 20th of November, 2025. A day, judgment will be passed on Nigeria. Not only in Nigeria, it's also a day that Nigeria is being exposed in the United States of America. There will be a hearing in the US today on the genocide against Christians that they have continued to deny, even though it is obvious and clear. Today is a day that a hearing will be conducted in the United States of America on that very genocide. So we are going to be following up all the events that are going on, and we're going to be bringing it to you as we get them. Immediately Mazi Nnamdi Kanu arrives in the court, we are going to bring the clip and show you. Hopefully we get the video. You know, there might be restrictions. Because of the nature of the case today, there might be restrictions. So whatever the situation might be, if there are restrictions, of course, we are going to get the update and we know. If there are no restrictions, we are going to get either the pictures or videos that are going to emerge, we are going to show you. So we are going to be following up to see and hear what is going to happen in the court today. Whatever happens, we must stand strong. We must stand strong. We must stand strong. And we appreciate all the legal team of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They have done a great job. They have labored and they have done their best and continue to do. And whatever happens, we will continue to appreciate them and we commend them and let them continue to do whatever they have to do while we on our part continue to do our own part. There is no going back and we will never give up. So while we are waiting to see and get into the court, while we are waiting the arrival of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the court, we will continue to look at events that happened that got us to where we are today. Most of the time, I play those videos in the beginning of my program. And so many of you have been seeing me play those videos. Those are events that happened in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where we are coming from, that got us to where we are today. So we go into these revisions. For those who have not been following up, there are so many people that have not been following up the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, though they are Biafrans, but they have not been following up. There are some that are not Biafrans, non-Biafrans, but the situation have warranted that they are now paying attention to what is going on. And because they are paying attention, they might miss some information. So that is why we take our time to go back to where we are coming from and try to show them events that so we will continue to show them, we will continue to show things that happens, things that transpired, and we make sure we carry everyone along. That is the way we do our program. We will make sure that people do not miss information. So when you go through the videos we play, you will understand where we are coming from and what got us to where we are today. And remember, we have been calling that people should be online, speak and demand the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and hold Nigerian government and the court accountable. And I thank Chukwu Okike that so many people have been doing that. So many people have been doing that, more especially in the United States of America. When I saw the speech of the avid, I was really impressed. So as we go on, let us watch this video I'm playing. When I play it with music, maybe you will not get it right. So listen to these videos. These are issues that transpired. These are what to look up to. The international community that are watching, those who are not Biafran that are watching, these are things you have to consider and know what to expect today. So whatever you see in the court today will not move you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is innocent, has always been innocent. I want us to take this short revision of where we are coming from and what got us here. Let us listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once again.
about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it?
Yeah, based on that, they removed London.
Based on that, they now amended the charge again and removed London.
Location of the
broadcast. Contrary to section 196,
174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022.
in violation of their own laws. Violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what their law says.
As simple as
not me.
As simple as that.
Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committed an act of terrorism.
Yes.
Very clear.
It is important we take some information to heart while we are waiting and watching. Our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has no case in Nigerian court, but they continue to try him. So many voices have spoken, and we are going to continue to hold the Nigerian government to account. As we proceed, let us listen to the message that the Avid had for Nigerian government and Omotosho that is going to judge himself today.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your viewing location. My name is Evans Wangpo. We are gathered here on a cold, cold afternoon of November 18th to meet with lawmakers of the United States of America to make sure that we tell them the real story of what's going on underground in Nigeria.
My name is Dr. Sylvester Avid, President. I am calling from Washington, D.C. Here we go again. Honorable Omotosho on the 20th will be delivering his judgment to an innocent man. I want him to be on record that the President of Nigeria, President Ahmed Tinubu, have just said that justice is not for sale. That goes for Omotosho to know that he cannot be bought with money to deliver the wrong judgment to a man like Nnamdi Kanu. We are watching. The world is watching. We are in capital city here in Washington, D.C.
My name is Dr. Chukwuemeka Ofo. I'm a member of the American Veterans of Igbo Descent organization. We know quite well that the Nigerian government sponsored the creation of Abuja and the Agone Chamber just to kill our youths and blame it on innocent people. And that is how they have cooked up this issue concerning Nnamdi Kanu to jail him. But I can tell you that we are in Washington, D.C. We discuss with lawmakers about these issues and also the Christian genocide in Nigeria. And we just want to tell Nigerian government it's right time to do the right thing for the people so that we can live in peace and enjoy our God-given liberty in Nigeria. So they shouldn't be making life difficult for the people. People are suffering in Nigeria. Over 10 million people are living in IDP camp and nobody's talking about them. Nobody's even talking about taking them to their ancestral homes. All they care about is doing the wrong thing all the time. So they have to change and repent, even though they say they are repenting terrorists. They are the ones that need to be repented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Father Dr. Augustine Odimegwa. Like my colleagues have said, we are here to meet with a couple of congressmen here in the Capitol. First of all, to re-emphasize against the narratives that are going on around that there is an existential genocide going on in Nigeria. And besides the genocide, we brought a lot of other things to the attention, including the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was the whistleblower that alerted our people about this genocide that was coming. And today, he has been held in solitary confinement, despite the fact that the United Nations, the Kenyan court, Appeal Court of Nigeria, and several court judgments were in his favor, and Nigeria is still holding him in solitary confinement. We made it clear to the lawmakers that this is not acceptable. Nigeria is practicing democracy. America is the beacon of democracy, so we brought it to them so that they hold Nigerian government accountable. They cannot continue to pretend that they are running democracy and be doing outright unjust practices, especially against an innocent man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you.
My name is Ben Wankwo. I am the Executive Director of Ambassador for Self-Determination, a humanitarian organization that seeks to help any person, any group that are being oppressed by their own government or by any organizations, as you will. So I'm glad to hear the President of Nigeria, Tinubu, to talk about justice. And he emphasized that justice is not for sale. And I want to say congratulations. I want to see him do justice to the downtrodden in the country. I want to see him do justice to 4 to 5 million Christians that are in IDP camp, or AKA concentration camp, where these children are exposed to the elements, where they don't have any shelter, where they are left to be preyed upon by creeping things and what have you. So we are here to lend our voice, okay, to the Congress of the United States, and I am glad that they are listening. They are asking very important questions. The case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Tinubu, must be addressed if you want justice. They are trying to prosecute and condemn and convict an innocent person. You cannot derive injustice, justice from injustice, or legality from illegality. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was a kidnapped victim. You are standing in a place of judgment, judging your own victim. How shameful. You kept him in prison for 7 years for Christ's sake. So if you talk about justice, we want to see you do justice concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and release him and allow him to go home. That is justice. If you cannot do that, you shouldn't talk about justice.
Again, don't forget the repealed law, double jeopardy, extraordinary rendition. That goes for motor shop. If you think you can jail Nnamdi Kanu, you're jailing the whole Igbos, and we're not going to stand for that. Thank you.
You have heard from the veterans of Igbo descent. These are elites in the United States. You see them in Washington, D.C., making a case for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that is what we have been calling for. Everybody must get to work, and you can see them. They are not silent. They are present in Washington, D.C. What you saw there are doctors, engineers, politicians, those who are connected to the United States, and they are speaking on behalf of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So we are not silent. Tinubu have come out to exonerate himself and say that he doesn't have any hand in the judiciary. Whatever decision they take, that is not going to be, is going to come between it. So that is an indictment now. We have now focused on Omotosho to see what he's going to do today. And every eye is watching. All things will work for our own good. No matter what happens today, it is for our own good. So if you're a Biafran and you're waiting and watching, do not dismay. Don't worry. Don't bother yourself. Just pay attention while we watch and wait for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to appear in the court. And you are going to hear from him. And we are going to bring the video for you to see. We must continue.
Of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth.
Yes, I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
my fellow Biafrans, we must continue to go ahead. As we continue to wait for whatever happens today, all will be to the glory of Chukwu Okike Abiama. Do not be afraid. We are strong. We are even stronger than we have always been. So wherever you are joining us on this program, we are going to continue to do what we have to do, speak on the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, while we wait for whatever update that's going to come from the court. Remember, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of conscience. He has not committed any crime. For those who do not know what got us here, maybe you are not following up. Every one of you that is joining us, wherever you are, joining us from lovers of freedom across the world. Today is not just an ordinary day. Abuja is not just a city. It is the stage of defining moment in the history. Abuja today is not just a city. It is a stage of defining moment in history. Today, the judiciary of Nigeria is on trial. Today, the world will witness whether justice can still exist in a country drowning in corruption, persecution, and political manipulation. Today is the day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the voice of millions, the prisoner of conscience, will once again stand before a system that has repeatedly failed its own constitution. Let us be clear. This is not just a court case. This is not just a judgment. What you are seeing today is not just a court case. This is the soul of Nigeria on display. Will Nigeria choose law or lawlessness? That is the question today. Will the court choose justice or injustice? That is the question. Will truth prevail or will tyranny silence it again? That is the question we're asking. And we need an answer. Every eye, from Washington to London, from Geneva to Johannesburg, is in Abuja today. The whole world is focused in Abuja today. The system that has held us captive will be exposed today. For years, the Nigerian government, for years, has violated court orders. It is very important that everybody have these things in mind. As we proceed, you must have these information in your mind. For years, the Nigerian government has violated court orders, ignored international rulings, committed extraordinary rendition. Nigerian government persecuted Christians and Biafrans, used the judiciary as a political weapon. No democratic nation on earth behaved this way. This is why we say Nigeria is a failed state by all measurable standard. When we say it, it is not a propaganda. We are not just saying it because we want to. It is a fact. It's left for you to either take it or leave it. But that's a fact. For Biafrans today is not just legal. It is spiritual. It is emotional. It is historical. The freedom of one man represents the freedom of a nation. The judgment today will either open the door for justice or prove again that Nigeria fears truth more than it fears collapse. Nigeria fears truth more than it fears collapse. What you are seeing today have a great impact on humanity, on Christians, on human rights. Let us not forget. The persecution is deeper than politics. Persecution of Christians, persecution of Biafrans is deeper than politics. Christians across Nigeria face killings, marginalization, and denial, while the world pretends not to see. The attack on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is part of a broader attack on truth, faith, and ethnic minority. This is one thing that everybody that is focusing on Nigeria today should have in their mind. You can deny it for all I care, but it is the truth. The attack on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is part of a broader attack on truth, attack on faith, attack on ethnic minority. That is what you see today. And as you're watching this very program, as we are waiting to hear from Abuja, what are you expecting today? What do you expect? There are two things to expect today. We expect one of two things today. Number one, a courageous judiciary that follows the law. A courageous judiciary that follows the law. Or a compromised judiciary that bows to political pressure. These are the two things you expect to see today. Either we are going to see a courageous judiciary that follows the law or a compromised judiciary that bows to political pressure. Either way, history will record what happens today. No matter which way it goes, history will record what happens today. It is not a day like the other days. It is not a day like every other day that you have known. To every one of us on this program watching, do not remain silent. Do not watch like spectators. I want you to share the program, invite others. Let all of us witness the history as it happens. Let all of us witness history. If you can't join the program live, state your case on the comment section. Make your case on the comment section. Share the live stream. Raise awareness. Let international community feel the pressure of millions demanding justice. That is what it's all about. By the time you are sharing and you are pushing out, you are making international community to pay attention. Every platforms of Biafra today must present and speak on the lawlessness in Nigeria. Let us watch that history unfold. As I said, only two things will happen today. Destiny is calling. Truth is standing. History is unfolding before your own very eyes. And every one of us must be part of it. The man they are holding is not just another person. They are holding 80 million people ransom in Nigeria. The judgment you are seeing today is not judgment on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is judgment on every Biafran. More especially the Igbo Biafrans. This is a judgment on all of us. We must not be silent. Wherever you are as a Biafran, you must add your own voice and speak. Many have spoken. At this time minute, lawmakers have come together and they demand for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The lawmakers in their Soviet Republic. They came together and they demanded, we don't care whether if it was serious one or not, but at least we had it. The news carried it. And they wrote to the president. These are the people that makes the law in Nigeria. They wrote to the president to tell him to withdraw the case. The lawmakers, they said, the people that make the law, upon which they want to judge themselves today. And I want you to hear the news and see it. So it wouldn't be that we're making it up.
Federal lawmakers has written President Tinubu seeking the release of Nnamdi Kanu. They're asking the president to invoke his constitutional powers and convene an all-inclusive political roundtable to find a lasting solution to the issues surrounding the agitations. The lawmakers, under the name of Concerned Federal Lawmakers, appeal to the president to direct the Attorney General of the Federation to discontinue the ongoing prosecution of the IPOB leader. They say this step is necessary to open what they describe as a political window for dialogue and national reconciliation. The letter was signed by members from different regions, including Ikenga Gochinyere, Harrison Nwadike, Obi Agocha, Murphy Osaro, Peter Panke, among others. Here in Lagos, day 2 of the federal airport.
40 plus lawmakers came together and they signed their signature asking the drug baron in Asorok to let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go. 44 lawmakers. 44 lawmakers. You know how many lawmakers you have the entire Southeast? And when you check it, you see that there are people from other regions that have signed also. So justice is on our side. The Nigerian court has no excuse today. But still, as a hardcore Biafran, we don't have faith in anything that bears Nigeria. It doesn't matter how beautiful it looks. We don't have faith in it. And we will continue to fight until we get out of the Soviet Republic. Today is a day that history will be made. And we are going to watch history unfold before our very eyes. We'll be part of it and we will tell the story. Yeah, welcome, my brother. Please go ahead and talk to us, so I won't keep you waiting. Go ahead and take the mic, my beloved brother. Thank you for joining, brother Dan. Thank you for joining. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much for the good work. May God continue to bless you, my brother.
Bless you too,
thank you very much.
Welcome.
I really appreciate God for His mercy upon the life of Biafrans all over the world. I thank God for His provision upon our life, and that God who continues since 2014 till today will continue to strengthen us.
You see?
You have said it all, my brother. You have said it all. I think all this issue, whether political issue, whether whatever they want to call it, there is nothing we need except referendum. There is nothing. What we need is referendum. A chance to decide. A chance to decide. Let them give us a chance to decide. It's simple mathematics. But if they think that they can go the other way, we have all it takes, any angle they want it. But I'm very, very sure they are not going to do anything stupid. They know. And I'm not scared. That is most of the times I don't listen to their whatever they are saying. I don't listen to them. It's like, is it Okurora? When he's calling for governors for Southeast, I look at all these people, I laugh. When this issue started, how many of them are talking?
Don't mind him. He just woke up. He just woke up. Seeking for
I don't know. I don't know. Most of the times, if somebody wants to get popularity, they will use the name of our leader to try to get popularity.
That's what they do.
This is simple mathematics. We told them anything we are negotiating is a decide what we decided. Let them give us. We don't need any infrastructure, whatever they call it. We don't need it. What we need is to decide: are we going to be in the zoo or go in our separate ways? Then everybody will decide.
Simple.
There is calling governor to come and to go and do what? Are we looking for governor before? The time we seek for the help of governor is gone, and the time we seek for the help of senators is gone. This time around is what we need is our right to decide. Anything they need to judge today, we don't fucking care. But if they try anything funny, we will answer them. They know. And I pray, because most of the times, all these things that are happening is God's plan. And I thank God the way it's going now. I thank God the way it's going now. Some people thought it's a northern issue before, Hausa issue before, but it's getting to the west, where the so-called president come from. It's coming gradually, and I believe my prayer self is the same way is happening in the northern region, in southern Kaduna. Let it happen in the west like that, so that they will feel the pain others is feeling. Because if this issue doesn't affect you, you will not say the right thing.
Yeah,
and I think this issue now, I'm thinking this issue now, the way it's moving to the west now, I believe that, I just believe in the next, let God hearken their heart in the next 5 months. In the next 5 months, from now to June, April next year, or May next year, so that we hit the Westerners. When we hit them very well, they will look for somebody to help them. There will be nobody to help them.
there will be nobody to help them because we call them on earlier time to wake up. They thought we are joking. They thought we are joking. We are not joking. Let them do anything they want to do. Then they will see the madness of the lion that is sleeping. Let them do what that thing they want to do. Me, I'm not afraid though. I am not afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of what? Your court have decided and acquitted him for over five years ago. And they're here telling me, what do you want him to defend? Oh yeah, according to your law, bring the case, let him defend himself now. You are talking jargon. We Biafrans, I really thank God the way it's going. And I strongly believe at the end of the day, my brother, they will postpone it because they are not ready to do the needful. But herdsmen, Fulani terrorists will help them to do the needful. You see this time around, the same that people that they are siding, that they are protecting, we help them to do the needful. And before they will do the needful, it's too late. I think all of them that is shouting Jesus, I think they have their Bible. They see how it happened to Egypt. In the Korokoro, they see everything gone before they realize this is what we need to do. And that is what our spirit have said it, that God is going to block their mind, their soul, so that promises of God must come to pass. If they like, let them, all the men of God begin to feel so compassion. Until even they pray, let it happen till let's end. Some of the pastor's wife and the pastor's sons will be raped and slaughtered. Then everybody's eyes will be clear. Mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. So this time around, we don't talk too much. We just open eyes. I know nothing. There is nothing that's going to pass there. Nothing. Nigeria terrorists. We know all of them. We know what they're capable of. But what is making me so, at times I will look at the way Westerners are behaving. Ordinary Fulani are using your head, and you claim you go to school, you claim you are a lawyer, you claim you are this, but ordinary Kauriera is controlling you, controlling your brain, but you don't want to listen. My brother, let them play the game. They don't know that game we already play it. We know all their plan, we know all their agenda, we know all of them. But this time around, we Biafrans, we are not scared of anything. We will tell you the truth. After all, when we tell you, somebody that say the truth will die, somebody that lie will die, all dead na death. But when time comes, we will know who is who. Let them continue jumping up and down. Let them continue jumping here and there. All the celebrities that are supposed to carry this matter for head, that hiding, all Biafran celebrity that is supposed to carry this matter for head, they leave it.
My brother, Mazi, I think they're live now. They're live now. Okay. NTA carry it live.
Okay.
NTA carry the thing live. Thank you. Continue, my brother.
Okay.
So all the Igbo celebrity, from all the celebrity, whatever you celebrity, you have 5J private jet, you have whatever you have. This thing, this matter, where they're supposed to say something, they keep quiet because they're getting 1 naira. We thought they don't know what is coming. They don't know what is coming. Let them continue all those propaganda, keeping quiet, tweeting. We don't need tweets. Whatever P Square tweeting or whatever any content creator are tweeting, we don't are saying on TikTok, we don't fucking care. Is it now that you wake up to tell us that our splinter is a prophet? We told you on time. And it's happening in Kuro. It's 2025 that you're opening your dirty mouth and telling he's a prophet. You're a fool, you're an idiot. We are going, they are the one that are going to use to do sacrifice at the end of the day. We are going to use them and tell the Western and the Oyibos, okay, this is what we take as a scapegoat. I think they're building factories all over the world. When it will red, they will seize all of them and chase them out as a slave they are to return to where they come from. And that time, we Biafran will decide what to do with them. Thank you, my brother. Let me allow another person to take over. Remain blessed, and God will continue to strengthen you. I know it's not easy every day you come. It's not easy. God will continue to strengthen you. And every genuine Biafran, be focused. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Now it's not 1960. We are all over the world. And this time around, if they try anything funny, it's not as usual that in the Yoruba land they are going their normal business as usual. No, everybody will chop the breakfast when it comes. Thank you, my brother, and remain blessed, my brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for amazing submission. We are still waiting. I think what you saw, the clip you saw is not a live clip. The clip you saw is not a live clip. We are still waiting. I think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not yet in the court. That should be an old clip you have seen. Maybe they are just giving a news on NTA, their revisional news. It's not a live program. What you saw there is not a live program. We are still waiting. As soon as we get that, we can get that from our people and we'll see it. Okay, we'll see the outcome. So let's hear from our sister Nweke. Victoria, go ahead and speak to us, my sister Victoria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you. Good morning, Mazi. Good morning, everybody in the studio. Good morning, all Biafrans from my location. Mazi, since all this wise, and I might contribute is because I am down somehow. But I decided
nothing they happen.
As I'm coming no now watch is no now watch I never now watch now for na gam ekene mu no asim chineke gossip no ndi strong na putakwa every day by day na continue kwa na ekukwa ihe na agbasakwa ya no wani ne ko wani ne na anu ya chineke bless kwa onu na all the easy you see when I see njosisi kwa ka nkene onu we nwekwa m okwu o just ka nkene kwa onu ma anokwa behind na watch kwa ihe na eme. When I see our brother put a okpuro here, unu happen okpuro na ha my ha na-eme okpuro anyị free ha bụ follower of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu 24 mgbe Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no with us. Ihe niile Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-ekwu o so na ndị na-atụsa ya mana mgbe abịazizi kpochie ma abịa jide Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fans ya ndị a na-enye ego ndị a na-contribute ya wee nye warning sia no bu no kwuso ikwu maka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ha manyezi ego o puru ya live aso kwa ngi na mmadụ sele mo I watch him live mbo na ekwie that is why he stop talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu again o putakwa gwa ha si ha na ya stop go kwa ha continue kwa na talk na contribute ego now ofugo na mmili akaligo gare you got to go o we putakwazi again kwekwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu again hapụ ha nkonye na-eme ya jisi ike there is karma on this life Chineke ga-akwa onye ọbụla ụgwọ dịka ọrịa siri wee dị because of na contribute ru gị ego asị gị kwụsị ikwu nwanne gị nwoke na fight gị ịkwụsị ya ka e wee na contribute ru gị ego.
Imagine
I watch it live mgbe ọ na-ekwu ya nke a bụrụ na mmadụ si m so ha continue onye ọbụla decide kita na kita ga-apụtakwu egwu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rapụfa onye ọbụla na-ekwu nke ọ na-ekwu ya gaa n'iru Chineke nọ n'eluigwe ọ na-afụ mkpụrụ obi niile ọ ma nke bụ eziokwu sọsọ ihe anyị ma bụ na ife ọsọrọ ha mee also ha postpone do ye you also ha Georgia today I na-eche ha ihe anyị na-ayọzi ha biko ka okwu abie na anyị achọzi everyday Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-apụta court everyday Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nke ha chọrọ ime ha mee ka anyị furu ihe ha chọrọ ime mana ha achọghị ime ha na-aghụghọ ha aghụghọ ha achọghị close this case ha chọkwana ịhapụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ihe ha chọrọ bụ adjournment a ịfụrụ ha na-eme ha mana ha ọkwa ifugo ihe mere n'Imo steeti a sị na shift go ndị bandit ihe a niile bụ ha na-agba round so that ọ bụkwa na enwe ka esi wee pronounce ya long judgment ndị Igbo merekwa kpakarara m ka ha wipe ndị Igbo ọ plan ha mana they will never succeed and so shall it be in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiama.
Thank you so much, my beloved sister. Thank you so much for that very speech you made. Very important. It's very important. Very, very important. Just imagine. That is why I say, every publicity is important for us. We know them. Every fancha. Mandene made the broadcast because of their belly. Mandene just because of their view. And they quit because of just imagine that to grow. Imagine. You can see that he's only doing more than me for that popularity. But for us, we the Biafrans, genuine Biafrans don't know what to do. Let him continue to speak. We need all those publicity. Let him continue. We know who is who. All these lawmakers, those 44 lawmakers that signed up, and those ones from our side that signed up. You know that some of them are already their mind. Some of them inside their mind, they were forced to sign because there is no other choice. Some of them they will go the elastic limit, and they know that they have to. So nobody would like to say Gaspar, but we know that they're not serious in their heart. So we are watching everybody. Yeah. Whatever we are giving record. Don't attack them. Leave them. Forget about them. Focus on your own and do what you can do. When we go back home, everybody will give account of his stewardship. Only one account if you meter. Account. No. Our upon accord, at top back in the female struggle. Defend yourself. You defend yourself at the end of the day, they found you're not guilty. But at the end of the day, if you're guilty, you face the consequence of your action. So that is why sometimes I don't even waste my time talking about people when I say mother bagging where you reply, don't reply them. They will talk to you, they will abuse you, they will insult you. Keep silent and do so far that your conscience is clear, that your hand is not clear. If your hand is not clean, that's when you get worried. But if you know that within your own heart, genuinely, you know what you're doing, forget it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a very good example for all of us. You can imagine, in the face of death, he is still there, standing very, very strong. Honor his shake, he is not moving. If also he's still there, doing what he had to do. We must continue. My brother, Coach, if you are there, give us your opening speech. Let's make it brief so that everybody will speak before we keep on going around. Coach.
Yes. Good morning, Mazi, and good morning, my brothers and sisters in the house and those in the comment section. Good morning, and like the program, I share it. Today, Nigerian government is in the court already. And I was going to say, no, the guy has because so many of them is going to be disappointed because the table is going to turn around. Yes, there is a word that my brother has speak before. There is something that he speak that I do not agree with what he said. He said what we need now is for us to decide. We should remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have said we have crossed the Rubicon. We have crossed the Rubicon. We are not going to decide anything again. We have declared Biafra on 29th of November 2024. And that is where we are standing. We have decided within ourselves. Okay, we have decided already because you have given Nigerian government that chance for them to give us chance for that referendum, but they failed. That is why we have decided within ourselves. We went to Finland after referendum that we did within ourselves. Over 50 million Biafrans voted for declaration of United States of Biafra, and it was declared on 29th of November 2024. And that is where we are focusing today. Yes, James Omotosho, or what do you call his name? This is the message I want to give you again. Today you say you wanted to decide, give justice on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. This is time for you to reflect back. So many people that Nigeria government has used for this their evil deeds, where are they today? The judge that described IPOB as a terrorist organization, where is that man today? The same time, the man that declared Hope Uzodinma as a governor of Imo State, that make number 4 to be number 1, where is that man today? So many of them like that have give foolishness justice on Nigeria here. So many of them. This is time for you to reflect your memory back. Because if you did anything stupid, including you and your generation, they are going to suffer for it. Today, the whole Yoruba land, they are today. It's because of what? Because of the evil work that they have did on the innocent people. For the evil work that have did against the innocent Biafrans and innocent indigenous people of Nigeria. And so many of them like that. If you stand on that your court today, remember, the God we are serving is God of justice. And still remember, the whole world is watching. And so many of our brothers and sisters, even those that have encounter with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so many of them are not speaking out. Because there is no anybody that have encounter with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that remain the same. None of them remain the same. Even the very day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to Supreme Court of Nigeria, you can see the way the Supreme Court workers, how they are hailing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is to tell you, they know the kind of person where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. And this is the right time for everybody to put our eyes on what is going on Biafran State. Thank God that the whole world have started speaking up. That time that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, that is the time we're going to reach. We are not going to pay any dime for them to speak about Biafra. And that time is now. If you are still hiding, you are waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out and start where he stopped. You are wasting your time. Or if you are waiting, when my Simon Ekpa come out, you come and start where he stopped. But still remember that all these our leaders, there is no anything that have said that haven't come to pass. Even in this critical time that we find ourselves today, they should still remember. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have said it. Mazi Simon Ekpa also said the same thing. Yesterday, so many motorbikes was running around in Owerri, in Imo State. What are they looking for? Are you going to tell me that those people is indigenous people of Owerri? Or those people are indigenous people of Biafrans? No. They know what they are looking for. That time that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talk about is now. Nobody should wait the time. The time is now for every one of us to speak out, for every one of us to support United States of Biafra government, for every one of us to not keep silent again. Every one of us to speak out. The fake narrative that have been sent against Biafrans, the fake narrative that have been sent against Igbos in Nigeria here, the whole thing has started playing out. Then think that they're going to continue with that narrative. But now, it's not like before again. Everybody have rise up. Everybody have wise. And this is how it's supposed to be. So many of our brothers that are still waiting behind, stand up and speak out. And the time is now, not tomorrow. The time is now. The time is now.
Thank you so much. Every one of us, we can see that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is already in court. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is already in court, and they will not allow the proceeding to be televised. We'll be following up the information as it comes. Whatever update and information that's coming in the court, we'll be following it up, and we will present it for everybody to see. So, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have just arrived in the court. He's in the court now, and everything is going on. People are there. Biafrans are there to cheer him up. So many people are there. And as always, he's defending himself. That is why most of his lawyers are not dressed up in their robes. He's defending himself, and he will continue to defend himself on the court. And we will see what is going to happen today. Nigeria will judge itself today, not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So whatever happens, we are going to be following up as we continue to go on the program today. So let's make our introductions brief so that everybody will speak, and then we can equally come back again to everyone. Bro Greg, you're there. Bro Greg, take the mic and speak to us. Take the mic and speak to us, Bro Greg. If you're there, if you're free, take the mic and speak to us. If you're not free, I can give to someone.
Yes, Mazi. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning, Biafrans. Thank you, God, for today again. The day you have met, that we shall gather again for the sake of our brother Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and for the sake of Biafra that we are looking for the sake of freedom, for the sake of justice, for the sake of peace, and for the sake of the life of our people and our neighbors. We thank you for that grace. May your name be praised. And may you handle the matter of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra that you have been handling all this while. We commit the atmosphere in the court before you, and we say, may you take completely charge. Your will to be done. That is our prayer today, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Yes, Mazi, it's just a great introduction. As today being the, as they say, if that we hold the judgment day. Judgment day, where men judge. This is the chance for James Omotoshie to judge himself, not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Definitely.
Because when you are judging somebody, you are judging yourself. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have already judged himself and taken his stand. Today is the day that judge James Omotoshe will judge himself, Judge Omotoshe, in Abuja court. He's not judging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu already judged himself. Judgment is always person will first judge himself before he can judge another person. So let him judge himself today. We are standing to watch him. Coming to the side of people who are rising up to talk. The judge makers are the people who voted not to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So signing to stop the case makes no sense. They had the opportunity, they did not do what they're supposed to do for more than 5 years. So all these things they are signing is because America is rising up for the Christians now. So they don't know how and where those things is driving to. So their conscience is coming back to judge them. When they have judged themselves in the wrong way. The so-called Okura are the same thing, and many others. And many who have come now to condemn him, just like people who we are fighting with for the past 4.5 years with PM Simon Ekpa. Many of them are rising up to judge against Simon Ekpa. And they think that the world and the Biafrans and the land of Biafra and the spirit in the land of Biafra are not listening and not watching. They are all watching, both man and spirit, both the sun and the moon, the land, the seas, even the winds, they all listen. And the bushes, they are witnesses. Just like the witness of John, Ogologolong John. The witness of Ogologolong John is still alive. Any person that understands that music, Ogologolong John, will know that the judgment of Long John is still alive. So stand wherever you think that is better for you. But remember, even the trees bear witness. And they will not forget. That is the point. And that is what I'm trying to tell the world and the Biafrans today. Just as we sit to see and to hear and listen to what is coming up in the next minutes and the next hours. I will give Mike for now. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that speech that you gave. We will continue to follow up. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there, and the judgment is going on. Whatever be the outcome, we are going to hear it and we'll follow it up. So we will continue to follow up while we continue to deliberate with no expectations that are coming. Whatever it is that happens today, we know that we don't have faith on these people, and we must do our things and do our part. We must continue to follow up. We must continue to listen. We must continue to do what we have to do and give all the support we have to give to our Supreme Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every one of us know what brought us to this point. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not committed any crime. He has not committed any crime anywhere. So it doesn't matter what they say, it doesn't matter what they do, it doesn't matter how they do it. At the end of the day, justice will prevail. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has won his case already in several courts. He won his case in 5 courts, to be precise. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have won his case in 5 courts. He won his case in Kenya, an international court. The arbitrary committee of the United Nations favored Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that was a winning. So what else are you expecting? What else are you expecting? We know that the Zoological Republic will never do the right thing, as they have always done. They never do the right thing. they never did the right thing. But no matter what they do or what they choose to do, we will continue to do our part and we will never give up. We will continue to speak and we will never give up. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be their end. Just like he said. When he complained about the global conspiracy, he said, this global conspiracy against my people, that I will be the end to that global conspiracy. He said he will be the end to the global conspiracy. And we believe that the end to that global conspiracy has come. They can't do anything. They can't stop him. I hope, can you hear? I hope you're hearing that. Can you get the voice? Are you hearing him?
No.
Oh, you're not hearing it?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mazi.
Okay. Let me see what I can do to get out the voice so that we can be able to hear. Just be patient. Let me see. I can work it out so we can be able to listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on because I think there's transmitted. We hear what he wants to say. It's very important that we follow you.
Okay, Maz, this one is live, right?
Huh?
This one is it live?
Yeah, it's live.
Okay, that is what I said before because I saw it on their news. Just no, that's why I thought before.
It's live, but I think it's a revision from the old this thing. Let's see what is there.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you hear it?
The application for these courts. Filed 3 applications.
Yes, it's coming out, but it's not loud.
Matter was adjourned to today for judgment. And filed the motion on the 17th day of November 2025, seeking for 2 reliefs.
Can you hear it?
1, an order admitting the defendant applicant to bail on liberal terms pending the determination of the invalid charge presently before this honorable court. The second relief is for an order declaring that the continued detention of the defendant applicant in the absence of a valid subsisting charge under a written law in force is unconstitutional and void. The second application is the motion on notice dated and filed on the 12th day of November 2025, seeking for 2 reliefs. The first relief, as stated in this motion, is an order referring certain substantial constitutional questions arising in this trial to the Court of Appeal pursuant to Section 295, Sub 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. The second relief is an order staying further proceedings in the charge pending the determination of the referred questions by this court to Court of Appeal. The third motion has to do with the notification to file written address. As the defendant stated, he has put in his defense as his right to file written address should not be taken away from him. I've considered also the process is filed by the prosecution reaction to some of the motions. In the application seeking to refer some questions to the Court of Appeal, the defendant submitted inter alia that the court cannot proceed to give judgment on a defective charge not founded on a written law, and that the court cannot rule on.
Michelin innovates once more with Michelin acoustic technology, reducing cabin noise by cushioning road vibrations.
The application, save the application for bail, have been raised by the defendants severally in this court. And this court has made an order that all preliminary objections or issues shall be taken during the judgments. This court is bound by that order. However, the issue as regards to referral of questions to the Court of Appeal and the stay of proceedings the statutory law governing criminal procedure in Nigeria, to it, Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, by Section 306 of that Act, which provides that an application for stay of proceedings in respect of criminal matters before court shall not be entertained. These statutory provisions was initiated by the Court of Appeal in the case of Shuaibu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must speak as to the essence, the reason for this statutory provision, that is Section 306 of Administration of Criminal Justice Act. The essence of this provision is to prevent inordinate delay through the filing of appeals while trial is going on. For this reason, the Section 306 of Administration of Criminal Justice Act have been provided that such application shall not be entertained. This court shall not entertain same. As regards to the application seeking for bail, we have different types of bail applications. Bail application can be bail pending trial, or bail pending appeal. I've looked at the application for bail. This application before this court does not fall within those two classes of application for bail. In this matter, as also stated by the defendant, that he has put in his defense. Hearing has been concluded. And also, by the order of this court, on the 27th day of October 2025, the court made an order that the defendant should next date put in his defense, or if he's not putting his defense, he should file address which shall be deemed to be final address. The defendant's portion to that filed motion and comprehensive address. It is based on this that I hold that issues are relieved is highly unmeritorious, same is hereby dismissed. Like I said earlier, all other issues have been raised through that motion and comprehensive final address that was deemed as final address, and another motion filed thereafter. This court, in the interest of justice, will not close his eyes to sin. The court will determine all this issue in his judgments. I proceed, I deliver my judgment. Judgment, please.
My Lord, I have an objection. Final written address is a constitutionally mandated right which I must be granted. It is in the constitution of this very country that final written addresses, my Lord, must be granted. I have not waived it, my Lord, and I insist that I address this court on all of these issues. My Lord, do not permit
the defendant,
my Lord,
consultant, can you tell your...
Please, let me finish.
Please,
it's my case.
I've gone...
It is my case, my Lord, let me finish. My Lord, it's very good. But when I hear that Prevail was here, my Lord, and when I hear that Prevail said, and the right people will predict that Prevail will keep our documents. They keep the documents. And where to write my document, my Lord,
on the count charge which reads thus.
My Lord, said, hold on. Let me see your lordship, please. May I refer your lordship to section 266 of Abuja? Second of law. What you're doing is not the law. Please. You don't know the law. Please. Show me. I said, show me. Why you come back to go to my man and address it? Show me. Show me. Well, I will rise and come back. Can you please take him out? I'll come back. I rise. I'll come back in 5 minutes. Show me where it says you can break my right. Show me the place. Show me. Show me. Show me. Which law says you can find me an unwritten law? Show me. You cannot show me. I get a judge. You can't get a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the parliamentary address? Where is it? Which law gave me the right to go to my parliamentary address? Which law gave me the right?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya sekarang berdiri di atas tanah.
This is lawlessness in display. That is what you are seeing. Lawlessness of Nigeria. The whole world is watching the disgrace of Nigeria. I said it right from the first time that you can never expect anything good to come out of Nigeria. A simple question. You're waving off the right of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he's asking you, which law gave you the right to wave off his right? Which law? Show him. The first question was, show him the law under which you are trying him. A simple question. You never answered it. You never want to answer it. You are jumping into conclusion. A simple question you have not been able to answer. Show the law under which you are trying him. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
You know, Nigeria muzzle every person at any point. They will, whether you like it or not, whether it's law or it's not law, they will just force you into it.
That is it. That's what they do in Nigeria. That is what they do in Nigeria. Nobody questions them.
Yeah.
Now they made somebody who can question them in every single thing.
So they don't like it. See?
Yeah, man.
As a judge, and somebody is in your courtroom and say, show me the law in which you want to use to judge me, to persecute me. His duty to say, yes, this is the law that covers what you did, or this is the law, this is the law. And then the case proceeds. Very simple. So, but he would be saying, who are you to ask questions? Because he doesn't have that law. So whether there is law or no law, we will force you into crime. They want to criminalize you by all means. So that is what is going on. You see? Show me the law.
When he was reading, trying to pass his judgment, and he said he has waived off the right of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for the final statement. He has waived it off. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who gave you such right? Which law gave you that right?
Yeah.
That he's taking the motion that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu filed as his final statement. For that, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu could not make any final statement anymore. And he's asking him, what law, under which law are you doing that? The whole world is watching. This is the Zoological Republic in display.
Registrar, please call it again. Yes.
Respectfully, my lord. My name is Adeboye Gawumolo. I rest on the earlier appearances for the prosecution. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. I try to appeal to the defendant to comport himself and in his usual rude manner be refused. And I think we have to go on. Let me hear from counsel to the prosecution force.
With this fellowship, there's no doubt that this court is a court of law, court of justice, and a superior court of record, where conduct of parties, their counsel, are guided and regulated by the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. What we have just witnessed by the defendant is a misconduct which justifies the provision and invocation of Section 3 of 266 of the ABJA.
266?
Yes, my lord. If you permit me, sir, I read.
If you read, sir.
A defendant shall subject to the provisions of Section 135 of this Act be present in court during the whole of his trial unless he misconduct himself in such a manner as to render his continuing presence impracticable or undesirable or at the hearing of the interlocutor we are with. So it's 266(1)(a). So I'll be urging your lordship to invoke that section to remove the defendant from this further proceedings. And I thank your lordship. It is in the interest of justice that the court should function according to the law. It's not to be at the behest of parties.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Well, I must say this. The presence of a defendant throughout the trial, it is a constitutional right. And it's contained in Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. justice is temple of God, because God himself established this temple for justice. So the sanctity of this temple must
temple of
always
injustice.
be maintained.
Temple of injustice. You want to maintain
The
temple of
unruly
injustice.
behavior of the defendant is not a new one, but he has gotten to a level that these courts have to make progress. We've seen instances where defendants will beat his counsel to keep quiet and not talk when he's talking. We've seen instances where he will move against security officers. Let's come back to this morning. He acted unruly. I appealed to him severally. I asked him to be excused. I asked him to excuse us. The security officers moved to him. They begged him through severally. In his usual manner, he refused to comport himself. Institution must be respected. We must act according to rules and laws. Nobody is above the law. That is the essence of having court of law. If we allow anybody to act anyway, the sanctity of this temple will not be there. As a judicial officer, I'm bound to protect the sanctity of this temple of justice. Like I said earlier, the right to be present throughout the trial is a constitutional right. Even fundamental rights. But fundamental right is not absolute. It's opportunity to use that right that you have. Please don't open that door again, please. Once you have been given the opportunity and you fail to use that opportunity, such person cannot claim the breach of that right. This morning, the defendant was given that opportunity. He has raised the issue, he's raised it severally. He has conducted himself in this manner severally. And I think this is the time to put a stop to it. It is right law that if a defendant misbehaves or acts unruly in the courtroom, his trial can be done absence. As stated by the defendant this morning, he said he has put in his defense. He is not calling any witness, that is only written address. And I will get to the issue of written address in the judgments. We are not taking evidence this morning. Is to take judgment and sentence if possible. It is based on that I hereby make an order that because of the unruly behavior of defendants, his aggressiveness and violent nature, I hereby make an order that the judgment and other proceedings proceed in his absence. I take my judgments. The defendant was arraigned before this court on 7-count charge, which reads thus. Count 1. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male, adult, or
cantas dan setinggi 5 meter macam ni. Tak perlu lagi memanjat untuk memangkas dahan apok.
Area of Abia State. Sometimes in 2021, being a member and the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOP, a proscribed organization, did commit an act in furtherance of acts of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria by making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria within the duration of this court, with intent to intimidate the population, and you threatened that people will die, the whole world will stand still, and you thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 1, Sub 2B of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Count 2. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male, adult of Afara Nuku Ibeku in Umuahia North Local Government Area of Abia State, sometimes in 2021, did commit an act in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, made a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this honorable court with intent to intimidate the population. You issue a deadly threat that anyone who flouted your seat at home order shall write his or her will. As a result, banks, schools, markets, shopping malls, fuel stations, domiciled in the eastern state of Nigeria were not open for businesses. Citizen and vehicular movements in the eastern states of Nigeria were grounded within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, and you thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 1, Sub 2B of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Count 3. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male adults of Afaraku Ibeku, Umuahia North Local Government of Abia State, on dates between 2018 and 2021 within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, profess yourself to be a member and leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOP, a proscribed organization in Nigeria, and that you thereby committed an offense contrary to and punishable under Section 16 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Count 4. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male adult of Afara Nuku Ibeku, Umuahia North Local Government Area of Abia State, on date between 2018 and 2021, made a broadcast receipt and heard in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, in which you incite members of the public in Nigeria to hunt and kill Nigeria security personnel, and that you thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 12H of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Count 5. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male adults of Afara Nuku Ibeku, Umuahia North Local Government Area of Abia State, on date between 2018 and 2021, made a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and people of Nigeria, which you incite members of the public in Nigeria to hunt and kill families of Nigeria security personnel, and that you thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 12H of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013. Count 6. That you, Abia State, date between 2018 and 2021, made a focus receipt and had Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, in which you directed members of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a proscribed organization, to manufacture bombs, and you thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(f) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2015. Count 7. That you, Nnamdi Kanu, male adults of Afaranuku Ibeku in Umuahia North Local Government Area of Abia State, on date between the month of March and April 2015, imported into Nigeria and kept in Ubuluzo in Ihiala Local Government Area of Anambra State, within the jurisdiction of this court, a radio transmitter known as Tram 50L concealed in a container of used household items, which you declare as used household item, and you thereby committed an offense contrary to Section 47(2)(a) of the Criminal Code, Cap C45, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. In discharging its burden of proof, the prosecution called 5 witnesses as follows. 1. Mr. AAA as PW1, Mr. BBB as PW2, Mr. CCC as PW3, Mr. DDD as PW4, Mr. EEE as PW5. The prosecution also tendered the following, which were admitted in evidence by this court. 1. A document titled Items Recovered from Nnamdi Kanu of Radio Biafra at Golden Oakley Hotel, located at number 42/44 Airport Road, Lagos, on the 15th day of October 2015, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWA. 2. Two discs titled Interview with Nnamdi Kanu and a Certificate of Compliance, filed on the 28th day of April 2025, were admitted and marked as Exhibit PWB and PWB2 respectively. 3. The statement of defendants dated 15th day of October 2015 was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWC. 4. A process titled A List of Items of Nnamdi Kanu, filed on the 19th day of March 2024, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWD. 5. 4 bags as identified by PW1, Mr. AAA, were admitted and marked as Exhibits E-Bag A to E-Bag D respectively. 6. Items in Exhibit E-Bag A as identified by PWA were admitted and marked as Exhibit E-Bag A1 to E-Bag A13 respectively. 7. Items from Exhibit E-Bag B were admitted and marked as E-Bag B1 to E-Bag B32 respectively. 8. 10 items from Exhibit E-Bag C, Exhibit E-Bag C1 to Exhibit E-Bag C10 respectively. 9. Content of Exhibit E-Bag D were admitted and marked as Exhibit E-Bag D1 to Exhibit E-Bag D17 respectively. 10. A letter dated 10th day of June 2021 from the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister for Justice, addressed to the Director General, Department of State Service, was admitted and same was marked as Exhibit statement of the defendant Nnamdi Kanu dated 17th day of July 2021 was admitted as Exhibit PWG. 12. A device with flash drive, black and red in color, and a certificate of compliance were admitted and marked as Exhibit PWH and PWH1 respectively. 13. A disc in respect to the statement of the defendant taken on the 17th July 2021 and certificate of compliance thereto were admitted and marked as Exhibit PW1 and PWI and PWI1 respectively. 14. Republic of Nigeria of Official Gazette number 99 in volume 104, dated 20th day of September 2017, titled Terrorism Prevention Order 2017, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWG. A document to its medical report titled Relate Ahmed Gulak, hospital number 013931, dated 6th July 2021, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWK. 16. A certified true copy of the judgment in HIN/FR/2021 between Nnamdi Kanu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria and 7 others, delivered on the 19th day of January 2022, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWL. 17. A certified true copy of judgment in FAC/UM/CS/30/2022 delivered on 26 October 2022 between Nnamdi Kanu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria and 2 others, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWL. 18. A certified true copy of the judgment is number E/2023 between Mazi Nnamdi Kanu applying for himself and on behalf of members of indigenous people of Biafra Island versus Federal Republic of Nigeria and 4 others, delivered on the 26th day of October 2023, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWN. 19. A document titled Lagos State Judiciary Panel of Inquiries on Restitution of Victims of SARS-related abuses and other matters, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWO. 20. A faster flash drive with certificate of compliance were admitted and marked as Exhibit PWP and PWP1 respectively. 21. A disc titled Interview with Sahara Reporter with certificate of compliance was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWS. 22. The search warrant dated 28th day of October 2015 with search reports was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWT. 23. A disc mass radio transmitter extra with certificate of compliance was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWU. 24. The statement of Benjamin Madubugu dated the 3rd day of November 2015 was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWV. 25. A SanDisk flash drive with its attachments and also with certificate of compliance was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWW. 26. Online printout of Vanguard newspaper and certificate of compliance was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWS. 27. A container containing a transmitter was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWY. 29. A certified true copy of report on request for professional assessment of radio transmitter dated 25th day of November 2015 was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWA2. 30. Certified true copy of Vanguard newspaper of 3rd day of July 2021 from National Library was admitted and marked Exhibit PWB2. 31. The payment received with revenue collection receipt from National Library of Nigeria, receipt number 19128 of 7th June 2025, was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWC2. 32. The report of assessment of the damage as a result of exercise was admitted and marked as Exhibit PWD2. 33. Death reports and certificates of security officers was admitted and marked Exhibit PWD2A. 34. Certificate of compliance was admitted as Exhibit PWD2B. PW1. The evidence of the witnesses. Mr. AAA is an officer of the Department of State Service. His schedule of duties includes arrest, investigation, and taking of statements of suspects. According to him, the defendant is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra group. He stated that his first contact with the defendant was on the 14th day of October 2015, when he was detailed by his commander in the Lagos office to go to Essential Airport Hotel to arrest the defendant. PW1 stated that he went with some other officers, with one of them named Bolaji Adeyemo. On arrival at the hotel, they introduced themselves and informed the hotel workers that they were there to arrest the defendant. PW1 even showed the receptionist the photograph of the defendant, but he was told that the defendant was not in the hotel. He then asked for the guest manifest, but the name of the defendant was not on the manifest. So PW1 reverted to his commander, who then ordered that they conduct room-to-room search. In the process, they enlisted the information of the manager of the hotel, who availed them of the master key of the rooms. Shortly after, Bolaji called PW1, who was downstairs with his director, informing him that he had found the defendant in room 303. On getting to the room, PW1 stated that he met a young lady who was later identified as Miriam Ibezimako. He introduced himself to the defendant and informed them of the purpose of their visit. Thereafter, they proceeded to arrest the defendant, who initially resisted arrest. PW1 further stated that during the encounter, Bolaji intervened to calm the situation after the defendant executed him. Whereupon the defendant eventually agreed to follow them to the station. PW1 stated that the room looked like a broadcasting studio due to the broadcasting items mounted on the table, such as microphone, a tripod, and airpod, transmitter, mixer, and cords. PW1 said they located the defendant at about 23 hours of the day. When they arrested him, they also arrested him with some of his baggage, which was listed in his sheet of papers, which the defendant signed. He said the items recovered were about 70, and it took some time for him to complete the inventory. PW1 stated further that on the following day at about 9 a.m., he was instructed to take the statement of the defendant. So he took him to the interview room and recorded the statements from him, which was captured on video. PW1 stated that at the time he took the statement of the defendant, the allegation against him was that he was the founder and leader of an organization known as the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, through which he allegedly agitated for the violent secession of Nigeria's southern eastern states, south-south states, and as well as 2 states from the North Central region, namely Benue and Kogi. Also, that he founded Radio Biafra, through which he broadcast his intentions, inciting the general public, particularly his followers and those who are sympathetic to his cause, to violence, to achieve the solution he was agitating for. PW1 then stated that he issued the defendant with this service statement form after administering the cautionary word onto the defendant, and then he proceeded to write down his statement. The defendant signed the statement and same was countersigned by him, PW1. PW1 stated further that the international passport of the defendant was recovered and brought to them the following day by the manager of the hotel, who found the passport on the bedside locker. Also, that the defendant used the name of Owenekeyi Ezebiko to book the hotel accommodation, and that was the name in the manifest. PW1 stated that during the interview of the defendant, he admitted to the allegation against him that he is indeed the founder and leader of indigenous people of Biafra group, and that he operated Radio Biafra, which is not registered by the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission or any other government agency. In addition, the radio station broadcast information across Nigeria and the world at large. Under cross-examination, PW1 stated that he was one of the officers who interviewed the defendant, and that during the interview, the defendant's lawyer was not present. PW1 said he took the statements of only the defendant, and that the items recovered from the defendant did not look offensive. Also, that they did not analyze the phone of the defendant as they thought it was immaterial at that time. He said he did not personally arrest and investigate any person who may have committed any crime on the instigation of the defendant. Furthermore, that he did not investigate the lady arrested with the defendant to see if the defendant in terrorism activities. PW1 denied knowing if the defendant named any other person as a co-conspirator, or if any other person is standing trial on a related charge. PW1 said, from his knowledge, the defendant had the support of persons like Simon Ekpa in his agitation for secession. He said the defendant incited others to destroy public properties. PW1 stated that even though there have been killings in other states, such as Kaduna, Zamfara, as far as he could tell, those killings were not product of agitations for separation. He said he knows that IPOB was prescribed in 2017, but he does not have other details of the matter. PW1 stated that there are people who carried out the order of defendants, including sit-at-home order, in which people have been killed for disobeying the directive. He stated that he is not aware that his charge against the defendant for inciting person to kill military officer was struck out. Against of the defendant in this case is for a call for separation from the country for the southeastern, south, and some north central states. PW1, Mr. BBB, is an officer of the Department of State Service. He stated that the defendant is a member and leader of prescribed terrorist group called IPOB, which means the indigenous people of Biafra. PW2 also stated that he was assigned to take the statement of the defendant on the 17th day of July 2021, and that the purpose for the statement was for him to answer to the allegation contained in the letter sent to them by the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. PW2 stated that the defendant is also the founder of Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of IPOB. and that he also established and operates Radio Biafra illegally, which was not registered with the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, that the defendant told him all this during their interactions. PW2 further stated that during this interview, he was with his director and 4 other officers, as well as the defendant and 2 of his lawyers, namely Mr. Aloy Ejimako and Abila Topchak. That the defendant admitted that he made broadcasts inciting people to burn, kill, and collect weapons from police officers wherever they see them. That the defendant also made written statements on the same day. He said the defendant admitted founding the Eastern Security Network, and that he admitted making broadcasts where he ordered his followers to ensure that whoever flouts the cease-and-do order be attacked, and they led to the death of many people, including destruction of properties. PW2 further stated that one of the unfortunate persons who lost his life includes Ahmed Gulak, the former senior special assistant to the President Goodluck Jonathan, who died on 30th May 2021, and also that the defendant made broadcast on the 20th day of October 2020 during the NSAS process, which led to the destruction of properties, including Lagos High Court building in Judiciary, as well as part of the Muritala Mohammed Airport. Further, that the defendant asked the floor to behead any military or police officers, and this led to the killing and beheading of a military couple in Olu in Imo State. In addition, it was established that a retired judge, Honorable Justice Stanley Nnaji, was also killed as a result of the defendant's broadcast. PW2 stated that the aim of the defendant was the creation of the Republic of Biafra by any means possible, including war. Under cross-examination, PW2 stated that the video statement of the defendant was a complete reflection of what transpired during the interview, even though the camera was focused on only the defendant and his counsel. He stated that he does not know if and how long the defendant was kept in solitary confinement prior to the statement being taken. He also said during the interview, the defendant did not tell him that he was frustrated or angry. PW2 said further that he is not aware of the content of the charge against the defendant to know if any person was instigated or incited by the defendant to commit any crime. He also stated that he did not know if at the time of the DSS received exhibit PWF, the charges are already been pending against the defendant. PW2 stated that even though the governor of Southwest State formed the Amotekun group to tackle security in their region, it is not aware if the Attorney General of the Federation wrote to the DSS to investigate the activities, which led to the formation of Amotekun. He stated that he never listened to Radio Biafra, but only got reports from the DSS security platform, where people who are mandated to monitor same put their reports. PW2 said he was not part of the team that arrested the defendant, and he did not investigate the defendant's assertion that he was kidnapped from Kenya, as it was not part of what was related to him by his boss. PW2 explained that extradition is a process of bringing the person from another country to a country to start his trial. PW2 denies that an officer of DSS kidnapped and the defendant in Kenya, since they are restricted to only Nigeria. He said Nigeria is a signatory to the United Nations Charter as well as the African Charter, and that many countries got their independence through agitation for self-government. He says there is no country today known as Biafra, even though the Nigerian Civil War was hot on the agitation of people of Southeast attempting to form their own country. He said he does not know if the defendant's home was attacked on the or that 28 persons were killed. PW2 stated that he visited some of the places that were destroyed as a result of the broadcast of the defendant, such as police station in Emboy State. Also, that he is not aware of the status of Sarara reporters and whether it is registered. He said the defendant confirmed that he ordered seat at home in the Southeast. PW2 confirmed that General T.Y. Danjuma, retired, has accused the Nigerian security forces of not being natural. Of not being neutral. He said he is not aware that the Director General of DSS urging Nigerians to rise up and resist terrorists. He said he is aware that the NSIS movement was never classified as terrorist organization. He said the defendant was and remained a member of IPOD before and after it was prescribed by the court. Under re-examination, PW2 stated that Amotekun is not the same as Eastern Security Network, as Amotekun is recognized by law passed by the Houses of Assembly in the Southwest states, while Eastern Security Network is not registered, not recognized by any law, so it is an illegal association. PW3 is Mr. EEE is an operative of the State Security Service and have been with the agency for 27 years. According to him, the defendant is the leader and founder of indigenous defendant is the leader and founder of indigenous people of Biafra, a proscribed terrorist organization, and also served as the director and broadcaster of Radio Biafra, which was used to incite the public. He stated that his first contact with the defendant was on the 21st day of October 2015, when he was instructed to interview the defendant and to take a statement regarding the allegation about his activities in operating Radio Biafra, and also the founder of IPOD. He stated that on the first day, he invited the defendant to the DSS interview room at the national headquarters, where he and 3 other officers interviewed the defendant, and also video recorded of the interview, which defendant consented to. He said the defendant did not reduce his statement in writing until 23rd day of October 2021 due to complaint of his being tired and needing to rest on the 21st day of October. He said the written statements were then signed by the defendant when he finished writing. PW3 in his further testimony stated that during the interview of 21st day of October 2021, the defendant was confronted with video recording of interview with Sahara reporter. In that video, defendant was resolute that there must be a change and the change will not come through peaceful means. PW4, Mr. DDD, also officers of the State Security Service and have been in service for 25 years. According to him, the defendant is the founder of IPOD, a terrorist organization calling for the secession of Southern, Southeastern, South, and states, and some parts of Benue and Kogi from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. PW4 stated that he got to know the defendant in October 2015 when he was arrested by officers of the DSS. He stated that allegations against the defendant include that he was agitating for the secession of Biafra and using Radio Biafra to incite members of IPOD against the Federal Republic of Nigeria. PW4 stated further that on the 20th day of October 2015, through an intelligence, they discovered that the defendant smuggled a radio transmitter without the clearance sent to the Nigerian Customs Service, that it was hidden from view using household equipment and was contained in a container. PW4 stated that it was kept in the custody of one Benjamin Madubugu in Anambra. PW4 said he got to know all this when he was handed a video recording when the defendant was seen in the company of the said Benjamin Madubugu inspecting the radio transmitter and taking ownership and declaring it as a game changer, where radio Biafra will be broadcast through.
Ayah baba, tersentuh aba-aba yang mempunyai masalah utamanya susah.
To the village where Benjamin Madubugu was and retrieved the radio transmitter. PW4 stated that when they opened the container, they found only the transmitter in it and asked Benjamin what happened to the other items, and he said the defendant came to inspect the radio transmitter with one individual named Chimeze who took the other items away, leaving only the transmitter in the container. He said Benjamin Madubugu wrote a statement on the 3rd day of November 2015 at the DSS headquarters, and he confirmed the result of the search. Benjamin Madubugu, when asked, did not produce any custom paper. Benjamin was initially arraigned along with the defendant until he jumped bail and the case was severed. He said, IPOD has made life difficult in Southeast due to the seat at home order of the defendant, as well as the violence unleashed by IPOD. Further, the Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of IPOD, bears arms, engages in guerrilla warfare, where they attack security agencies such as the police and the Nigerian army. They also ensure compliance with the seat at home order. PW4 stated that in a particular broadcast of 30th day of May 2021, the defendant issued threats that anyone who defies his order of sit at home by opening their shop should be killed and the shop burnt. PW4 explained that Ahmed Gulag, the former senior special assistant to the former president Goodluck Jonathan, was killed on the day declared to be a sit at home, that he tried to take another route to the airport in Owerri when he was shot by airport terrorists. PW4 said he was the first person at the scene and he found the lifeless body of Gulag on the road. He said that from the feedback he got from residents of Southeast, the sit at home order had depleted the economy and activities in Southeast, and the people were living in apprehension for their safety. PW4 also said that the new one Ikonzo, identified as one of the dreaded commanders of Eastern Security Network, which renamed is Kanikayo Andy. He described Ikonzo as a ruthless commander who took direct orders from the defendant. PW4 further stated that Ikonzo was killed on the 24th day of April 2021 after masterminding attack in Olu, Imo State, during which he mobilized Eastern Security Network members and other adherents of IPOD to attack the correctional centers and facilitate the escape of numerous inmates who were in lawful custody. He also attacked the police headquarters and a lot of police stations or police officers were killed. However, he was involved in a shootout with security operatives after a manhunt was declared on him. The shootout led to his death. PW4 stated further that on the following day, 24th day of April 2021, the defendant made a broadcast in which he declared that Nkonzo would be buried specially in the manner of the Oba of Benin, meaning that he will be buried with human heads. Consequently, the defendant's order is meant to procure human head for the burial of Nkonzo. The order was carried out by one of his junior commander named Emery Uzoma Benjamin, known as Oye Ami. That when Oye Ami was arrested, he wrote in his statement that the defendant ordered him to get the head, but he was only able to secure 30 human heads. At the scene of where the transmitter was kept in the premises of the Department of State Service, PW4 continued its evidence when he stated that the container containing this transmitter was recovered from the premises of one Benjamin Madugu, wherein the defendant had smuggled the radio transmitter into the country. The container also had some household items in it, which were later removed. Upon the matter being adjourned back to the court, PW4 confirmed that Benjamin Madugu indeed made a statement before the DSS during the statement taking, he had his lawyer, one Vincent Obeta, present with him. PW4 also stated that upon retrieving the radio transmitter, they brought the defendant and Benjamin Madugu together and confronted the defendant with the evidence. He stated that the defendant accepted ownership of the container and that the radio transmitter. He also exonerated Benjamin Madugu by stating that the items were only kept in his house and that Benjamin Madugu does not own the items. PW4 also stated that the DSS wrote to the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission to confirm and come and inspect the transmitter, which they duly came and wrote a report of the findings. The conclusion from the report as read by PW4 is that the station known as Radio Biafra was not licensed by the Broadcasting Corporation of Nigeria. Neither does it have any permits to operate in Nigeria. That for an organization to bring in a radio transmitter, it must apply for permission from the regulator, who is in turn right to the security agency, such as DSS, and the National Security Advisor for clearance before the regulator issue a license to import this transmitter into Nigeria. That in this case, no such license permission was obtained by the defendant before importing this transmitter. PW4 referred to a newspaper story where the defendant had ordered an attack on prison in Imo. The defendant had ordered members of IPOD to kill security operatives. Also, that investigation revealed that the defendant having ordered members of IPOD to bury Nkonzo in special way by using about 2,000 human heads. His men were only able to get 30 human heads. Efforts were made to arrest these IPOD members in Olu, in a village bordering Anambra Valley. They met some members of IPOD with human heads hanging from a wire mesh, and they also saw some of them eating human flesh, which they claimed was for spiritual fortification. They also saw as well where they dumped victims and beheaded bodies into. PW4 stated that it was part of the operation which comprised the DSS and the Nigerian. He stated that the defendant has never denied making those state broadcasts and was even proud of making them. PW4 also stated that record shows that shows that between 170 and 200 security agents of the federal government were killed by IPOD and Eastern Security Network all over Nigeria. He knows some of these modern agents, which include his driver, one Shinemere Ereke, and their tactical leader who were killed in Umuma local government area of Imo State. PW4 stated that the defendant was in the habit of making inciting statements all during is meant to carry out attack on security agents as well as political figures such as Hope Uzodinma, the governor of Imo State. He stated that their mode of operation is that they move in group in Siena and others confiscated vehicles, and from there they launch attack on security operatives. They also set up checkpoints where they hijack other vehicles in good working condition. The group also engaged in activities aimed at terrorizing their community. That this group is so brazen that they even write to traditional rulers informing them of their intention to attack them. They attack even in broad daylight, kill people, burn down palaces and properties. PW4 continued its evidence by stating that the IPOB group are even more brazen in their attack on police stations like the one at Ndamba local government area of Imo State. That they raided the station, killed everyone there, and took it to their base. Similarly, the police station in Umoma, in Oru East local government area of Imo State was sacked in the same way, and that the group even attacked a police headquarters where they shouted away arms and ammunition from the armory and burned down the place. It stated that on the 30th day of May 2021, the defendants had ordered a sit-at-home in Southeast, but the late Ahmad Gulad was unfortunate, caught in the storm as he was trying to catch flight out of Owerri that day. PW4 said he was the first to get to the scene of that attack where he found the disease in the pool of his blood. He was informed by the additional police officer in the area that the disease was in a taxi heading for the airport when the IPOD and Eastern Security Network armed combatants identified him as one of their checkpoints and opened fire on him. The driver of the taxi identified himself as an Igbo man, but the disease, even though he claimed he was an Igbo man, could not speak the language, and having observed a prayer mark on his forehead, his attacker shot him. The body was later moved and conveyed in a the activities of the defendant and his men. PW4 stated that the defendant is the leader of indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, as well as the founder and operator of Radio Biafra. He testified that the defendant...
Hai, Anda beruntung hari ini jika Anda mempunyai presbyopia atau rabun. Silakan.
Every one of us have seen that Nigeria cannot be trusted, never ever.
Under cross-examination.
We prepare for anything that happens.
PW4 stated that he did not sign any of the investigation reports, and also that the transmitter came to the country through the Tinkan port in Lagos. He said he did not find out the date the transmitter came into the country, as same was smuggled into the country, and that it was not part of his schedule to find out that there are no records to show it came in through Lagos, save for the statement of the defendant that it came through the Lagos port. He also stated that IPOB was formed outside Nigeria and that Radio Biafra was operated outside Nigeria but broadcast within the territory of Nigeria as it was an online platform. He further stated that the defendant was arrested in Lagos with his broadcasting equipment. He said it is not the duty of the DSS to find out if Radio Biafra was registered in London. PW4 stated that he and one of the officers were sent to Ukulu to recover the transmitter that they reported to the DSS headquarters in Oka, and from there they proceeded to where the container was located using coordinates on video showing the containers. They testified that the container contained one other items, including 2 pump action guns, one of which was found in the bedroom of Benjamin Madubulu. That they said Madubulu is facing a charge of illegal possession of weapon before Iyakuche. He also stated that even though the defendant stated that he does not like violence and crime, and that churches and other places of worship should not be attacked, his broadcast of 20th, 24th, 25th October 2020 clearly incited people to kill others. That the main cross of the defendant broadcast is the killing of Fulani Esma by the forest of Southeast with AK-47 killing the innocent. He said he is not aware of any Fulani Esmen being prosecuted for attacking people in Southeast state, distant states. PW4 admitted that Gulak conducted the primary elections that led to the emergence of the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, and that satisfaction over the declaration of Hope Uzodinma was still questioned. He stated further that even though Ahmad Goodluck was with 2 other persons in the task, he was the only one killed. IPOP sometimes do not kill evil person who violates the sit-at-home order. He admitted that the defendant said IPOP will compensate the person which lorry of onions was hijacked, but it does not know if the promise was fulfilled by the defendant. PW4 stated that it was the police who investigated the killing of Ahmed Gulak. He said during the sit-at-home, everywhere, including farm, are usually deserted, and it is dangerous for anyone to be outside. PW4 also stated that the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission monitors the frequencies of every radio station in Nigeria, and they were able to monitor the frequency of Radio Biafra. He stated that the DSS could not arrest Abubakar Shekau due to him carrying an explosive device to himself at the point of arrest. He said during his time in Southeast, he did not arrest any native doctor making sham for kidnappers. Also, that the checkpoints of police and the army are still functional in the Southeast today. PW5, Mr. EEE is an officer of the Department of State Service in the National Headquarters Abuja. According to him, in July 2021, he was instructed to lead a team of officers of the police and the DSS, photographers and other investigators to travel around country to obtain and collect record of activities that occurred between 2020 and 2021 relating to the EndSARS movement. He stated that the assignments included obtaining records from head of security agencies in the states visited, particularly the states in the Southeast and the FCT, obtaining reports of dates and death certificates of security personnel who died, as well as public properties destroyed as a result of EndSARS protests and riots. PW5, while referring to exhibit PWD2A, stated that 8 policemen were killed in Abia, 19 in Anambra, 13 in Ebonyi, 16 in Enugu, 16 in Imo, 17 in Akwa Ibom, 16 in Cross River. There were 6 police officers killed in Lagos, 9 in Rivers, bringing a total of 128 policemen killed. With respect to military officers, a total of 37 killed. The DSS had 10 casualties. A total of 167 police stations were destroyed during the protest. 9 INA facilities were damaged and destroyed. Under cross-examination, PW5 stated that he only investigated the death of security operatives who were killed during the EndSARS protest following the incitement by the defendant who instigated protesters to kill security agents and even taught them how to manufacture Molotov cocktails to use in the process. He further said it is on record that the defendant urged protesters to destroy public buildings in places like Lagos. He said he does not know if one of the protesters, Aisha Yusuf, is sympathetic to Biafra or is a member of IPOB. He said he is aware that the police brutality was one of the causes of the NSI's protest and that the defendant urged people to take up arms against the government. PW5 said there is no part of the report stating the activities of IPOB or ESM. He also said all protocols relating to taking of photograph were duly observed. He said from pages 669 of the report. There are some visible dates on the photograph. PW1 stated that there is no portion of the document signed by himself as secretary of the Presidential Ad Hoc Committee of the committee that investigated the aftermath of the ESA's protest and the chairman of the committee. However, he stated that he certified the document and that the document was not certified after the proceedings of 12th day of June 2025. The defendants had filed a notice of preliminary objection dated and filed 16th October 2025 seeking for the following reliefs. 1. A declaration that they continue the prosecution of defendants under the Repealed Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013 upon a prescription under order obtained ex parte and without fair hearing violates Section 1, Sub 2, Section 36, 1 to 12 and 42 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Article 7 and 28 of the African Charter and is therefore null and void. 2. That a declaration that the Federal High Court ex parte order prescribing IPOB obtained without notice or hearing and why Justice Peter Inyako's substitution ruling that IPOB is not an unlawful society remains in force, is unconstitutional, unlawful, and cannot ground criminality. 3. An order striking out or permanently staying count 1 to 8, saved counts 15 of the amended charge dated 14th January 2022 for being barred by double jeopardy, having the same factual ingredient as count 6 to 14, earlier struck out by the Federal High Court on the 8th day of April 2022. 4. An order declaring that the defendant's extraordinary rendition from Kenya without extradition proceedings on due process violates Section 36, 1 and 9 of the Constitution, the Extradition Act, Cap E25, Law of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and Article 12 and 13 of the African Charter, thereby robbing the court of its jurisdiction. 5. An order nullifying all proceedings conducted in breach of the defendant's right to adequate facilities for defense, confidential communications with counsel and for fair hearing, particularly dropping seizure of legal materials and denial of unmonitored access. The notice of preliminary objection has 43 paragraph affidavit deposed to by this Emmanuel Kanu, a sibling to the defendant. The affidavit has 10 exhibits and written address. In his written address, the defendant submitted inter alia that the Court of Appeal in CA/ABJ/C25/2022 had ruled in his favor on the 13th day of October 2022, holding that his extraordinary rendition has divested the trial court from continuing his trial. Thus, the instant trial is unlawful and in disobedience of the order of the appellate court. The defendant relied on the case of Okafor versus AG Anambra State citation supplied to submit that any charge promised on repealed law cannot sustain and sustain any proceedings. that the provision under which he is charged has been repealed by Terrorism Prevention Act 2022, and thus the fair hearing, and thus he urged the court to quash the instant proceedings against him. He also argued that the court is divested of jurisdiction as the subject matter of this charge is subjudice before the Supreme Court. He does urge the court to uphold the preliminary objection. The written address filed on 30th day of October 2025, the defendants substantially repeated the submission in the notice of preliminary objection regarding the repeat law, extraordinary renditions, and denial of fair hearing. He therefore urged the court to quash the charge against him. The court formulates the following issue for determination. After going through the evidence, the address of defendants deemed to be final written address and that of the prosecution, the court formulates this issue. 1. Whether the defendant was denied his right to fair hearing in these circumstances of this case. 2. Whether the claim of extraordinary rendition of the defendants from Kenya invalidates his trial in this case. 3. Whether the provisions under which the defendant is being tried are repeat law and inoperative. 4. Whether the prosecution have established the charge against the defendant beyond reasonable doubts. Defendant has challenged the jurisdiction of this court as well as the competence and validity of his trial before this court. He premised his objection on the legality of the extraordinary rendition from Kenya in 2021, upon which he was brought back to Nigeria to face trial. He also raised an objection to the denial of his right to fair hearing, and that the charge was premised on repeat law, and thus the charge ought to be struck out against him. This court will painstakingly consider this jurisdictional issue before going to the substantive issue if need be. Jurisdiction is a general term referred to the extent of power and authority exercised by court over a particular matter. It is seen as a threshold issue which determines how a court should handle a matter where jurisdiction is lacking. Any other action taken by the court amounts to nullity. Kindly see the position of my noble lord Abiru JSC in NIMR versus Akin Olubade and others, citations supplied. Equally see the initiation by my lord Ada JSC in Abu versus Sule and others, citation also supplied in this regard. On issue 1, with respect to the alleged denial of right to fair hearing of the defendant, the tenet of fair hearing is to the effect that both sides in a dispute must be as expressed in the Latin Mazi or the Otaram pattern, that a party can not be a judge on the Otaram pattern, and that a party cannot be a judge in its own cause, as expressed in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Fair hearing is enshrined in section 36(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it provides in the determination of its civil rights and obligations, including any questions or determination by or against any government or authority, a person shall be entitled to a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court or other tribunal established by law and constituted in such manner as to secure its independence and impartiality. Also see the case of MFA versus Inoga, citation supplied, where it was held, and I quote, fair hearing within the meaning of section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 means a trial or hearing conducted according to all legal rules formulated to ensure that justice is done to the parties it requires the observance of two pillars of the rules of natural justice, namely, or the Otaram pattern and the Nemo Judes in Kasasua. Simply means that no judge should decide over a matter in which he has personal interest or involvement, unquote. Also, my noble lord, late Nikki Toby, DSC of blessed memory in INEC and Musa citation supplied, heard and enunciated on the principle of fair hearing. The defendant claimed that he was denied his right to fair hearing by the court, foreclosing him in the entry of his defense. As the risk of repeating myself, I will repeat my ruling of 7th November 2025, wherein I recounted the history of this case and proceeded to foreclose the defendant. This matter was filed in 2015, and due to the delay as a result of appeals and other issues, same was assigned to this court in March 2025. Prior to this, in 2017, the defendant was alleged to have jumped bail and escaped from Nigeria, and for about 4 years, the defendant was not in Nigeria within the territory of Nigeria, which caused a stop to his trial due to his absence. In 2021, he was brought back to Nigeria to face his trial. However, the defendant became unruly and caused serious delay in the trial before my learned brother, Nyakuji. The issue got to a head that the defendant began asking my learned brother to recuse herself from the trial on the basis of being biased towards him. The judge recused herself, and the matter was assigned to this court in March 2025 for trial. Upon adoption of jurisdiction, having in mind that this matter has stayed for 10 years and the interest of justice, I granted accelerated hearing. And as a result of the accelerated hearing, I created morning and afternoon session in this court so as to accommodate this trial. The prosecution opened its case. In total, the prosecution called 5 witnesses and tendered several exhibits. The court ensured that the prosecution was kept on its toe during the presentation of this case, and same was closed on the 19th day of June 2025. It is worthy to observe that during the time when the prosecution was calling its witnesses, several adjournments were at the instance of the defendant. For instance, on the 29th day of April 2025, the defendant sought for an adjournment for cross-examination of BW1. Also, on the 2nd day of May 2025, the defendant counsel also sought for adjournment for continual cross-examination of BW1. Likewise, on the 18th day of May 2025, the defendant counsel applied for adjournment. In addition, on the 14th day of May 2025, defendant applied for an adjournment. Also, on the 21st day of May 2025, defendant applied for an adjournment as part of the options opened as part of options after the close of the case for the prosecution. The defense opted for the option of filing no case submission, which this court duly had after adoption of written addresses. Ruling was delivered on the 26th day of September 2025, wherein the no case submission was overruled. The issue of extraordinary rendition, validity of the charge, all were incorporated in the no case submission. After going through the no case submission, the court overruled it, and the defendant was called upon to enter his defense. In the ruling delivered on the 26th day of September 2025, the court emphasized and laid importance to the issue of fair hearing as contained in section 36 of the Constitution, that the defendant shall be given opportunity to defend the charge he is facing. Upon this, the defendant was called upon to do so. The court in that also pointed out the need for evidence to be given on oath, to give evidence on oath to challenge the evidence of the prosecution. In that no case submission ruling, the court mentioned the importance of defendant to give evidence on oath because this is a criminal matter. It is not civil, where the standard of proof is on balance of probability. It is a criminal matter which the standard required under Section 135 of the Evidence Act 2011 is beyond reasonable doubt. It's worthy to note that extraordinary rendition is a quasi-criminal issue in a criminal case, and evidence on oath must be given, and the opposing side must be given opportunity to cross-examine on that quasi-criminal issue in accordance with Section 135 of the Evidence Act 2011. Also see the case of the Prevail versus Oroboke citation supply, where the Supreme Court held that where any allegation of crime or quasi-criminal are made in any matter, even in a civil matter, affidavit evidence will be insufficient and only oral evidence will be entertained due to the standard of proof being standard required in criminal matter, which is beyond reasonable doubt. These defendants had the duty to prove the allegation of extraordinary rendition in this criminal matter beyond reasonable doubt. The defendant has not called anybody to testify on oath in respect of extraordinary rendition, which would enable the other side to cross-examine such witness. The failure of the defendant to give evidence on oath on extraordinary rendition has made the allegation bare. It is simple and assertion without proof. The court was constrained to deliver the no case submission ruling earlier, as during the vacation of this court, the defendant has filed an application that he be moved to a private ward in the National Hospital, Abuja, as the facility of the Department of State Security Service were not adequate to take care of his health. The court had quickly rushed back due to the importance of health of the defendant. The court ordered the president of Nigerian Medical Association to constitute a panel of experts to carry out tests on the defendant to ascertain his health status and whether he is fit to stand trial.
Berdiri di bawah pun boleh cantas dan setinggi 5 meter macam ni. Tak perlu lagi memanjat untuk memangkas dahan.
The issue of medical reports made at that stage was empty of the ruling and laying foundation for usual delay, which has been the trend since 2015. Based on this, the court added that the medical panel ascertained whether the defendant is fit to stand trial. It is actually a mystery to this court that a defendant who is standing trial would delay his trial, his own trial, while shouting that he is being denied his right to fair hearing. Usually, it is the prosecution that delays trial as his life is not on the line. But in this case, the reverse was the case. The order of the court to ascertain his fitness was strategic to nip in the bud any attempt by him to further delay his trial. On the 16th day of October 2025, the court ruled on the medical report issued by the panel set up by the president of the Nigerian Medical Association and determined that the defendant is indeed fit to stand his trial after no opposition from the defendant and the prosecution as regards the reports. The court had carefully observed the defendant during the entire trial and the spiritless nature of the defendant. His unruly attitude and his agility in defending himself shows without that he is indeed fit to stand trial. Those corroborating the conclusion reached in the report by the panel set up by the president of Medical Association, even without the medical reports, the fitness of the defendant is clear to any reasonable person who observed him in court. His claim of being low on potassium or other nutrients as stated in his supporting affidavit to his application for transfer to National Hospital are not such that render him incapacitated from understanding the proceeding in this trial. He is healthy, fit, and abreast of all the happening in the trial, and demonstrated full understanding and fitness after taking over his defense himself from his counsel. I therefore hold, without doubt, that the defendant is fit to stand his trial. The court then proceeded to give the defendant 6 consecutive dates to open and close his defense. Counsel to the defendant, Chief Kanu Agabi, had prayed the court to allow the private consultation between the defendant and his counsel in preparation for his defense. Despite the fact that there was no evidence before the court of the DSS dropping on the conversation of the defendant and his counsel, the court graciously asked the defendant and his counsel to use the courtroom for their pre-trial meeting, since they felt more comfortable in the court. The development meant that the court had to clear the courtroom, and it meant that the court could not conduct hearing in the morning of 22nd day of October 2025, just to accommodate the defendant and his counsel. The court then adjourned the hearing for 23rd, 24th, 27th, 28th, and 29th and 30th October 2025 for defendant to open and close his defense. On the 23rd of October 2025, the learned seat representing defendants including Kanu Agabi SN, Onyechipe Azu SAN, Bonokoro SAN announced to the court that they wished to withdraw their appearance, as the defendant has indicated that he wanted to defend himself. The defendant had confirmed the development and informed the court that he wished to represent himself at the trial. Upon exercising his right to defend himself, the defendant came on the next date, and his excuse was that he was not given his case file by his departing counsel. This was no doubt another cause of a delay on his part. The following day, the defendant appeared for himself and began challenging the decision of the court, arguing that there was no charge against him and that the medical report certified him fit was allegedly doctor. The court patiently explained to him that some of these issues he is raising have been treated in no case submission, and some of other issues could be raised during the final address. The court then advised him to engage counsel who are experts in criminal litigation due to the seriousness of the charge against him. The court also offered to secure the service of counsel from the legal aids or a private legal practitioner willing to take the matter pro bono, which we are all rejected by the defendants. The court continued to appeal to him and even went as far as begging him in the name of God to please engage counsel and open his way, all of which fell on the deaf ear. As a point, the defendant informed the court that he wanted to call about 28 persons as witnesses, some of whom he claimed are foreigners as witnesses in his case. He applied for witness summons. The court graciously immediately approved the witness summons. However, the defendant abandoned these said witnesses and began claiming that he had gone through the case file and he found that there was no law providing for the offenses he is being charged with, that he could not defend the charge not found on the law. By this time, the defendant has still not opened his defense. Neither was there any seriousness on his part to put in his defense. The court, in discharging his duty to do justice, calmly and patiently advised the defendant to be cautious of the path he tended to take, as it was tantamount to resting his case on the part of the prosecution, which means that he admits the fact, evidence against him, but believes that it is insufficient to secure conviction against him. This court has been extremely patient and lenient with the defendant. He is only entitled to be given opportunity to defend himself as part of his right to fair hearing. Failure to use that opportunity granted by this court will be entirely his fault. He cannot complain thereafter of fair hearing. The right of a defendant to defend himself herself is a fundamental right, provided under Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. Such rights cannot be taken from the defendant except where a defendant expressly or by conduct waives it. See Shegun Okusoya and the state citation supplied. The defendant refused to open his defense, despite the court informing him that it was minded to extend the day if he opened the defense on the 7th of November 2027. The court on the 27th of October 2027 made an order that defendant come on the next day to put in his defense or file his final written address or any written address filed by him will be deemed as his final written address in this suit. Pursuant to this order of the court, on the 27th October 2025, the defendant filed a motion on notice / comprehensive written address on notice on address on non-existence of a cognizable charge and the unconstitutionality of continuing of trial filed 30th of October 2025 and it will be deemed to be his final written address. That address is deemed as ordered by this court to be his final written address. The import of treating the written address as a comprehensive written address cannot be overemphasized. The word comprehensive as used in that written address by defendant means, according to the online version of the Oxford Dictionary, is, and I quote, including dealing with all, nearly all elements or aspects of something, unquote. The defendant in the motion on notice and comprehensive written address prayed for relief, including for the court to discharge him, which is a typical prayer in final written address in criminal matter. No doubt. The defendant clearly knew what he was doing by opting for final written address in form of motion / comprehensive written address in compliance with the order of this court made on the 27th day of October 2025. This will therefore be treated as the final written address of the defendant and same have been treated and considered in the entirety. The defendant had also filed a notice of preliminary objection on the 16th day of October 2025. These two should be considered in the interest of justice as the court having ordered that all preliminary objection will be determined in the judgment. Also, the preliminary objection filed on 16th October 2025 is also considered thoroughly in these judgments. Another aspect of denial of fair hearing raised by the defendant is that he was misled into taking his plea in the charge. When the charge was read to be read to him, the court asked if he understood English. He responded that he did. When count 1 was read to him, he at first stated that he did not understand. The court ordered the registrar of the court to read the counts to him. He understood and took his plea. For the avoidance of doubt, I will reproduce parts of the proceedings of 21st day of March 2020 when the plea of the defendant was taken. Registrar Nnamdi Kanu, do you understand and speak English language? Defendant, I do. Yes. Registrar, listening to the charge against you. Count 1. Registrar, after reading, do you understand? I read to you. Defendant, I don't. Court, take it again. Count 1. Registrar, after reading, do you understand count 1 I read to you? Defendant, I do. Yes. Registrar, are you guilty or not guilty? Defendant, not guilty. Count 2. Defendant, do you understand count 2 I read to you? Defendant, I do. Registrar asks, are you guilty or not?
Bayangkan member belakang tengah cakap Cantonese. Lepas tu Herbert ni live translate apa yang diorang borak. Kau boleh faham terus.
Read to you. Registrar read to him and asked him, defendant, do you understand count 3? I read to you. Defendant, I do. Registrar asked him, are you guilty or not? Defendant responded, I not guilty. Count 4. Registrar read and asked him, do you understand count 4? I read to you. Defendant responded, I do. Registrar asked him, are you guilty or not guilty? Defendant responded, not guilty. Count 5. Registrar read and asked him, do you understand count 5 I read to you? defendant responded, I do. Registrar, are you guilty or not? The defendant responded, not guilty. Count 8 now can cease. Registrar read and defendant, do you understand? Can cease, I read to you. Defendant said, I do. Registrar, are you guilty or not? The defendant responded, not guilty. Count 15, original 15 now can 7. Registrar read and said, defendant, do you understand? Can 7 direct to you? Defendant responded, I do. Registrar asked him, are you guilty or not? Defendant responded, not guilty. The defendant clearly understands English language, being an educated man. On that day, he had his counsel, including senior advocates such as Kanu Agabi, SN, representing him on that day. The court complied with the procedure of taking the plea of the defendant in accordance with section 2712 and 3 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, which provide us 1. The defendant to be tried on a charge or an information shall be brought before the court unfettered unless the court says cause otherwise to order, and the charge and information shall be read over and explained to him to the satisfaction of the court by the registrar or other officer of the court. Called upon to plead instantly unless where the person is entitled to service of the information he objects to the non-service, and where the court finds that he has not been duly served. 3. The court shall record the fact that he is satisfied that the defendant understands the charge or information read over to him and explained to him in the language he understands, and shall record the plea of defendant to the charge or information as nearly as possible in words used by him. Looking at the above statutory provisions of Administration of Criminal Justice Act, the procedure adopted by this court, the defendant cannot turn round to claim he was misled to take plea after the prosecution has closed his case. It is nothing but the usual habitual flaw of the defendant to cause delay and make the matter to start de novo. This court will not allow matter to be on his court list ad infinitum. On the issue of denial of adequate facilities, the defendant claimed that he was not allowed to consult with his legal representation in confidence at DSS, as the DSS officers were dropping on their conversations. The defendant is facing criminal trial and is entitled to the right to adequate time and facility in preparation for his defense. He enjoys the constitutional rights to fair hearing, and in consequence to this right, has the right to adequate facilities as his defense. Section 36 6B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, provide every person, I quote, every person charged with criminal offense shall be entitled to be given adequate time and facility for the preparation of his defense. See the position of the Supreme Court in respect of this provision as initiated in Igwe and the state citation supplied. As part of the package of rights available to the person facing criminal charge, he is entitled to all the facilities and enough to time for purpose of preparing his defense. This ties in with the right to presumption of innocence under Section 36(5) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, which stipulates that until a person is declared guilty by a court of law, he is presumed to be innocent. The provision was the subject of interpretation by the Supreme Court, particularly by my noble Lord Akat ASC in Okoye and COP, citation supplied, where my Lord held, and I quote, the moment an accused person is facing a charge, his personal liberty is at stake, and before that liberty is taken away, he must be afforded every opportunity to defend himself once he becomes aware that he has a charge hanging upon his neck for an infraction of the law and makes a request either orally or in writing for any facilities to prepare his defense. The court must accede to his request and the prosecution has to comply. The facilities that must be afforded to the accused person are the resources, anything which will aid the accused person in preparation of his defense to the crime for which he is charged. This, no doubt, includes the statement of the witnesses interviewed by the police in the course of their investigation, which might have absolved the accused of any blame or which may assist the accused to support such favorable witness that the prosecution counsel will not want to put forward for to testify on quotes. See case of Nweke and the state citation supply. The defendant did not provide any credible evidence as to this allegation of airdrop. The court, however, in order to do justice to him and suspecting that he was looking for another way to delay this trial, allowed him to consult with his lawyer on the 22nd day of October 2025 in the courtroom. Thus, the court had to vacate the courtroom for him, his lawyer to use. Despite this magnanimity by the court, the defendant did not make use of this opportunity. On the following day, the counsel withdrew his appearance. The defendant decided to defend himself, making the opportunity given to him to use the courtroom to be useless and of no purpose. Despite the fact that he is not a legal practitioner, he began using some of his counsel who he had earlier disengaged as legal consultants to him. The court won't kindly order the DSS to allow these consultants have free access to him. This is in compliance with Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which provides for access to legal practitioners. Most of these legal consultants were always present in court. There is nothing to show that he was denied adequate facilities to prepare for his defense. He had enough time to prepare. That has been represented by senior advocates such as Kanu and the BSN, Onyeshi Ibe as SAN, Emeka Ikpaba as SAN, Paul Urukuru SAN, how do not get SAN among others before they were suddenly disengaged. And the defendant decided to represent himself, which this court suspected was also to cause another delay in the hearing of this matter. His allegation holds no water in the light of the facts and circumstances of this case. Consequently, this issue is resolved against the defendant. On the issue of extraordinary renditions, there are instances where a person commits offense against a country while residing in another country or flees the country soon after committing the same crime. In such instances, the country against which the offense is committed will request the country in which the suspect is residing to release him to it. The process is known in law as extradition. Extradition therefore refers to a legal process in which a state renders a person accused of committing a crime to the state against which the crime was committed, known as requesting nation. The Supreme Court in AG of Federation versus Enubuwa citation supply subsequently explained the concept of extradition as follows. Extradition is a cooperative legal process of one state called the surrendering state or authority which renders an individual to another state called the requesting state for prosecution or for punishment for crime committed within the requesting country jurisdiction. Extradition process is usually spelled out in bilateral or multilateral extradition treaties or agreements. Extradition becomes necessary when a criminal fugitive flees from one country to another to avoid facing trial or punishment. Persons who may be extradited include those who have been tried and convicted but escape custody by fleeing the country and thus convicted in absentia. A trial in which the accused person is not physically present. Extradition is distinguished from other modes of forceful removing undesirable persons from a country, such as exile, expulsion, deportation, extradition procedure are usually determined by the terms of the treaties between individual countries or by multilateral agreements between group of countries, such as the Commonwealth countries or the countries of the European Union. The receiving government then refer to its law. Its treaties specify obligation to the requesting nation and decide whether or not to extradite the persons named in the warrant. Treaties signed in recent decades tend to take a dual criminalities approach, classifying an extraditable offense that are punishable in both jurisdictions. Other extradition treaties, by contrast, tend to list covered offenses, unquote. Usually, the requesting and surrogate nation have a treaty or agreement which allows for such transfer. Nigeria, for instance, is signatory to regional agreements like the ECOWAS.
Baru 5 minit dah tewak. Isteri hilang boy. Tak bes.
Like within the Commonwealth, the London scheme for extradition within the Commonwealth enables Nigeria to request and surrender fugitives to member nations of the Commonwealth. On the other hand, extraordinary rendition is an extrajudicial measure to forcefully bring suspect or defendant to the country against which an offense is committed. These extraordinary measures may include adoption. The Supreme Court of Nigeria alluded to this in the case of Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu in SC/CR/133C1/2022, where my noble Lord Agim JSC held, and I quote, generally abduction or kidnapped or any form of illegal removal of an accused from the territory of a state to another face criminal trial or for a reason is prohibited by law. Extraordinary rendition or any other transfer without due process is unlawful. There is no doubt that the illegality in the process of bringing the respondent to Nigeria for the criminal case brought by the appellant against him in Nigeria, the attendant massive violation of his rights, render his prosecution by the appellant unfair and oppressive. While extraordinary rendition measures may, unquote, while extraordinary rendition measure may seem illegal on the face of it, the way and manner in which the attendance of a defendant is secured does not dictate his trial. In the United States of America, this is known as Kelfibre doctrines. This doctrine developed through the case law, notable cases of Kel versus Illinois, 119 U.S. 436 1886, and the case of Freedley versus Collins, 342 U.S. 519 1952, where a messenger forcefully kidnapped the defendant from Peru and brought him back to the United States, even though he had been sent to Peru with a valid warrant and instructions to obtain the defendant with the cooperation of the local authority. Addressing Herb's due process challenge, the Supreme Court of the United States held that, and I quote, such forceful abduction is not sufficient, while the party should not answer when brought within the jurisdiction of the court, which has the right to try him for such an offense and presents no valid objection to his trial in such case. In Freedley's versus Collins, 342 U.S. 519 1952, it was a case where the defendant was tried and convicted in the state of Michigan. After being adopted by Michigan authority from Chicago, Illinois, applying its decision in care, the Supreme Court upheld the conviction of the conviction over challenges based on due process and federal kidnapping law. The essence of Kerr's Prevail doctrine is that even though the act of rendition is illegal, a trial court may assert jurisdiction over the person regardless of the legality of the adoption under international law. In recent times, the Supreme Court relied on Kerr's Prevail doctrines, the United States versus Alvarez machines, in 504 U.S. C5 1992. Alvarez Mission, a Mexican citizen, was adopted and brought to the United States as the direction of the Drug Enforcement Administration. The Supreme Court of the United States held that despite his forceful adoption from Mexico by United States officials, it did not affect the validity of his trial in the United States. As said earlier, the issue of extraordinary rendition is quasi-criminal issue, which must be proved beyond reasonable doubt in accordance with Section 135 of the Evidence Act 2011. The law in Nigeria is right that even a civil matter, once a criminal element is introduced, it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt. For instance, where an allegation of forgery is introduced in a civil proceeding, the standard of proof is proved beyond reasonable doubt. See the case of Minister of FCT versus Violence Consultancies Services Limited and another citation supply, where the Court of Appeal held, and I quote, every forgery involves an alteration of documents, but not every alteration of documents amount to forgery. Forgery involves alteration with a fraudulent intent. The fact and incident of forgery must be specifically pleaded and proved even in civil matters, as in this case beyond reasonable doubt. The appellant in this appeal has made allegation of forgery, but failed to prove so. In a case of forgery, both the original document and the fake must be produced in court for examination. The appellant failed to produce any documents in proof of these forged documents. Allegation of such forgery in any civil matters is criminal in nature. Therefore, proof is beyond reasonable doubts. See also the case of Muni versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, among other authorities. The evidence in proving an unlawful extraordinary rendition must be oral evidence obtained which allows the adverse party to cross-examine the defendant on his oral evidence. The defendant only swore to an affidavit to the fact that the affidavit evidence is best used in civil proceedings, where the standard of proof is on balance of probability. The affidavit filed by the defendant is grossly insufficient to establish if indeed he was extraordinarily rendited or he was illegally brought to Nigeria. The gaps in evidence will therefore mean that no evidence was led regarding the extraordinary rendition. Assuming, without considering, that there was evidence regarding the extraordinary rendition, the court will consider the effect of the extraordinary rendition on the validity of the trial of the defendant. The defendant, in his recent address, has argued strenuously that the way he was brought back from Kenya was illegal and thus vitiates his trial before this court. He relied heavily on the decision of the Court of Appeal in Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu, in appeal number CA/ABA/CR/C25/2022, delivered on the 13th day of October 2022 on the issue. The court held, and I quote, the consequence of this session, I hold that the respondent is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria. The lower court thus has no jurisdiction. I further hope to try the appellant on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which were rendered which were retained by it, being charges allegedly committed by the appellant prior to his extraordinary rendition. In addition, by the forceful adoption and extraordinary rendition of the appellant from Kenya to the country on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state law, the lower court or indeed any court in the country is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant and unquote. When this issue came, Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu in SC/CR/1361/2022, delivered on the 15th day of December 2023, the Apex Court held per ML Gaba JSA, and I quote, my noble Lord ML Gaba JSC, I agree with the learned senior counsel for the appellant that the procedure used in bringing or producing the respondent before the trial court for the trial of the offences in the counts of the charge in questions in respect of which he was validly arraigned did not affect or even go to the statutory jurisdiction of that court to proceed with that trial. The procedure, mode, manner by which the respondent was produced before the court is before the trial court is in law extraneous to the statutory jurisdiction vested or conferred on the trial court to try or adjudicate over the offences in question, particularly after the valid arraignment of the respondent and his plea thereto. The procedure used in producing the respondent to face his trial after the arraignment and plea to the offences and after jumping the bail granted to him by the trial court cannot reasonably be said to deprive or rob that court of the requisite statutory jurisdiction to adjudicate over or try the offences in questions. In the above premises, the lower court, which is with the respect due to it, took its eye off the balls when it filed off the statutory jurisdiction vested on conferred on the trial court to subject it to procedural law dealing with the procedure for the arrest, extradition, or rendition of runaway fugitive offender to and from the foreign country. The provision of Extradition Act Cap E25, Law Foundation of Nigeria 2004, articles and parts of the UDHR 1964 and
wah, tak percaya. Dari jauh pun lampu ni masih. 5 produk yang saya perlukan. Sekarang dengan
by the lower court to hold that the procedure used or employed to produce the respondent before the trial court to continue his trial had robbed that court of jurisdiction to adjudicate over or tried the offences in question, did not create, define or punish the said offences, neither did any of them conferred or vest the statutory judicial power and authority or jurisdiction to try and adjudicate over the offences in respondent, was charged with and validly arraigned for. Rather, they all merely provide or prescribe for the general procedure to be adopted in respect of their respective subject matter that do not include and have nothing to do with creating, defining, or punishing offences, and vesting or confining judicial power and authority or jurisdiction on courts to advocate over or try such offences. Once again, these laws and rules, conventions, etc., do not take away, deprive, or rob the jurisdiction of the trial court to adjudicate over or try the offences the respondent was arraigned for on the basis of procedure used or employed to bring or produce him before the trial court for continuation of the trial. I must emphasize that even this court, as the apex court in Nigeria, cannot, by pronouncement, take away, deprive, or even fetter the jurisdiction or conferred or vested on the court of record by the constitution of or a statute, let alone pronouncement by foreign courts on such foreign international convention, treaties, and agreements, or even its domestic. Even if domesticated. In this result, the issue is resolved in favor of the appellant to the effect that the trial court is absolutely vested or conferred with the requisite jurisdiction to adjudicate over and try the offences in the retained count of the charge the respondent was validly arraigned for, and that the procedure used and employed to bring or produce in for the continuation of his trial did not rob or deprive that court of jurisdiction. It was an error in law for the lower court to resort to and hold that the procedural law or entirely different subject matter of arrest, extradition, or rendition of runaway fugitive offenders accused person from foreign country deprived or robbed the trial court of the statutory jurisdiction. My Lord argued in the same case also adds, and I quote, the established case law through the cases is that even though a strict alliance to statutory prescriptions concerning pre-trial criminal processes, the processes for bringing the accused to court for trial is a sine qua non for fair trial. Violation of the fundamental rights of an accused person or other unlawful action by the prosecution at the pre-trial stage give the accused person the right to action for remedy for violation of his fundamental rights and other civil remedy, and has no effect on the validity of the whole criminal proceedings against him and the jurisdiction of the court to entertain the proceedings and try him, provided the facts alleged against him disclosed an offense created by written law and a reasonable basis for suspecting he committed the offense. So the established case law in Nigeria is that violation of fundamental rights of an accused person and any illegality in pre-trial or extraordinary process in relation to an accused person should not affect jurisdiction of the court to try ensuring criminal cases and the validity of such cases. That is the basis for the admission of relevant evidence obtained from illegal searches and seizures or searches that violates the accused person's fundamental right to privacy. In Nigeria, there is hardly any case where the jurisdiction of a court to try a case is declared to be ousted by or validity of the case declared initiated by the unlawful arrest and detention of an accused person at the pre-trial stage of that case, or by any unlawful extrajudicial action of the prosecution after arraignment during the pendency of the proceedings in court. The Court of Appeal has introduced a departure from the established case law on the points in Nigeria. What is not clear is if the departure is limited to cross-border cases or includes cases within Nigeria. But the erudite restatement of the House of Laws in House versus Offspring rely on by Court of Appeal are couched in terms that suggest that they apply to all cases. This profound judicial restatement appears to give paramount consideration to preventing executive lawlessness, protection of the fundamental rights of the accused, preservation of the rules of laws, promotion of rights for the territorial sovereignty of states, enforcement of international law, adherence to due process of criminal law, to ensure that prosecution does not benefit from abuse of its power and abuse of court process. But the reality in Nigeria peculiar situation is that no allegation of commission of a crime will be tried if the court declares jurisdiction to try a criminal case or invalidate it because of the violation of fundamental rights of the accused person or other unlawful action of the prosecution that occur in the process of investigating a criminal complaint against him or in the process of initiating the criminal case against case arising from such complaint, or in process of bringing him to court, or in dealing with him while he is standing trial. This is because criminal law enforcement officers routinely engage in unlawful actions and raise the violation of fundamental rights of suspects in the investigation and prosecution of virtually all criminal matters. The effect of the holding of the Supreme Court is that, notwithstanding the legality or otherwise of how the defendant was brought back from Kenya, it does not invalidate his trial. The court will curtail the line set by the Supreme Court as the apex court of the land. His decisions are final, override all other courts, including the Court of Appeal, which defendants has erroneously relied on heavily. Kindly see Section 235 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and the case of Adama Tanker Bokri Services Limited against CBN citation supply. The fact in this case is more distinguishable. The fact in this case is more distinguishable even than in February case in US, with respect to the effect on the jurisdiction of court to try the defendant as held by the Supreme Court per Gaba ASC. In that case, the defendant was already arraigned before this court, and in this case, the defendant was already arraigned before this court, and the jurisdiction of this court had been activated as far back as 2015. Also, he had been compensated monetarily in suits he filed in Kenya, unlike in Kel Freebury case, where the defendants were not on trial before their rendition. Despite the fact that in Kel Freebury they were not arraigned before the extraordinary rendition, their trial were not invalidated in US. The defendant in this case, on being granted bail, was alleged to have done bail by leaving Nigeria, and for 4 years. The trial was granted until he was rearrested in 2021 in Kenya. This action of the defendant makes him a fugitive. In this case, the trial has begun and the charge has been filed and read to the defendant before the alleged extraordinary rendition. He cannot then claim that the trial is vitiated by the extraordinary rendition. The alleged rendition of 2021 will not deactivate the jurisdiction of the court activated since 2015. I hold without hesitation that this is an exception to the effect of extraordinary rendition in international law. Even if the extraordinary rendition was wrongful, the remedy for it is at best monetary damages in civil proceedings. The court is aware that a court in Kenya had ruled on this issue and awarded monetary damages to the defendant. The court in Kenya had awarded monetary damages against the Kenyan government for gross violation of defendant's rights, fundamental rights. The defendant cannot benefit from monetary damages awarded to him and seek a further relief of his trial being vitiated, particularly seeing the nature of the offences, which borders on terrorism. This is similar to the enforcement of fundamental rights to personal liberty in Nigeria. A successful application for unlawful arrest entitles the applicant to compensation or an apology, but it does not extend to vitiating a criminal trial where the charge has been preferred against him. Consequently, this issue is resolved against the defendant. On issue 3, the defendant has challenged this court, arguing that it is based on the repeat law. The general rule regarding the charge is that it must be premised on written law. See Section 36, sub 12 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it provides, and I quote, subject as otherwise provided by this Constitution, a person shall not be convicted of any criminal offense unless that offense is defined, and the penalty, therefore, is prescribed in a written law. And in this subsection, a written law refers to an act of National Assembly or a law of states, any subsidiary legislations, instrument under the provision of the law, unquote. The above means that a person to be tried and convicted, the offense must be in existence and provided for under law, a law in force at the time. See the position of the court of appeal in Daniel versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied. The law is also settled that the trial and conviction
super tajam, super tahan lama, tapi harga cuma RM25. Memang susah nak jumpa barang.
Like dead as dead. And the Supreme Court in State versus Gigia has initiated on this, and I quote, the law is settled that a repeat law no more has legal life. Thus, it cannot be cited as if it still exists. If it will be cited at all, it must be cited as a repeat law, which has no life to influence an argument. The repeat law cannot be the basis for any comparison with existing law. It cannot be quoted side by side an existing law, as learned advocates did. Now, the defendant argued that the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013 has been repealed by the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2022. Thus, the trial has become spent. The argument by the defendant is quite interesting. It is interesting because it shows the stark misunderstanding of the law by the defendant, as well as his willful disregard of the facts accumulating in his trial. Firstly, the defendant is charged under the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. The extant charge is as to offences allegedly committed by the defendants between 2018 and 2021. As at when the extant charge was filed, the Operational Terrorism Act in Nigeria was the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. That act was duly passed by the National Assembly and signed into law by the President, Goodluck Jonathan. It empowered the court to try terrorism-related offences and also apply what constitutes act of terrorism under Section 30 of the 2013 amendment. The act provides thus, and I quote, the Federal High Court located in any part of Nigeria, regardless of where the offence is committed, shall have jurisdiction to try offences under this act, unquote. Section 1(2) of the same law defines terrorism as follows, and I quote, any act deliberately done with malice, aforethought, which may seriously harm or damage a country or an international organization, is intended to intimidate the population, compel a government to act or abstain from acting, destabilize a fundamental political, constitutional, economic, or social structure of a country, unquote. The above provision were enforced 2 years before the defendant's arrest in 2015, meaning this court had requisite jurisdiction to try him then. His initial trial, therefore, was based on an existing and valid legal foundation as at then. This instance means that at the time he was charged, the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013 was the extant law of the land. It would have been different if the defendant's offences were allegedly committed after the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022 have been enacted. The Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2022 comes into effect on 12th day of May 2022, which is a later date compared to when the alleged offences were committed. The Supreme Court in Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu Supra, the present defendant in this case also ruled on that issue and I quote, now, even a casual look at the offences stated in count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 of the charge pleaded to by the respondent before the trial court readily shows that they are offences provided for in 2011 Act as amended and by the 2013 Act under which the charge was filed and brought, and the respondent was properly and validly arraigned before the trial court. Put another way, the offences the respondent was arraigned for before the trial court are offences known to and specifically provided for under and by the provision of 2011 Act as amended by 2013 Act. The offences are therefore recognized, cognizable in law to be legally grounded and backed by the provision of extant and existing law that was is enforced at the material time and now. On his part, count 15 of the charge is indicated to be contrary to section 47A of the Criminal Code Act, Cap C45, Laws of the Judiciary of Nigeria 2004. There can no reasonable dispute that the Criminal Code is an extant and existing statute or act that was or is enforced in Nigeria, which the court has the duty to take judicial notice in this appeal, pursuant to provision of section 122 of the Evidence Act 2011. In addition, the court is also entitled to take judicial notice of the codification and publication of all the acts or statutes, the subsidiary legislations, enactments or passed by the National Assembly as contained in the laws of the Federation of Nigeria, published by or under the authority of the Federal Ministry of Justice of Nigeria at various times, because we here are concerned with laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, in which the Criminal Code Act is indicated to be. I have noted and pursued the laws, perused the law and acts codified and published in the laws of Federation 2004 as published. The Criminal Code Act is published in Volume 4, comprising of Chapter C24 to Chapter C48. It is in Chapter C38, which is subsequently indicated as Cap 38. The Criminal Code Act is in Chapter 38 of the Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and it's also called or shown to be Chapter C38 in Volume 4 of the publication. It is apparent, therefore, that the Criminal Code Act is not Cap 45 or Cap C45 in Volume 4 of the Laws of Federation of Nigeria as indicated in Count 15 of the charge against the respondent. Rather, Criminal Code Act is Chapter 38 or Chapter C38 in the Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004. However, the same Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, Chapter 45 or Cap C45 is the Custom and Excise Management Act. A calm reading of the details of the facts stated as constituting the offense mentioned or named therein will clearly and undoubtedly reveal that it deals with offense punishable under the provision of Section 47(2)(ba) of the Custom and Excise Management Act C45, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, which provide as follows. 47(2) provides if any person A imports or causes to import any goods or can conceal in a container holding goods of different description, he shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years without the option of fine. It follows, in the above circumstances, that the mention of the Criminal Code Act as being Chapter C45 and C45 in Laws of Federation 2004 is a mere mistake in place of correct law. The Custom and Excise Management Act, under which the fact alleged to constitute an offense in Cap 15 is punished or punishable. The offense in count 15 is consequently recognizable, and grounded in an extant existing law in Nigeria, in which it was defined and described. It is now unbooked law that a child preferred or filed for offense under a wrong law will not be rendered invalid or incompetent merely on that ground alone, so long as the offense on the charge are known to defined and punishable punishment provided for in an extant law. In the results, the answer to the answer posed earlier in this affirmative in both two counts, that the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, under which the offences of count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 as well as Cap C45 and Cap C45, Custom and Excise Management Act, all contained in Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, are extant and existing law, which provide for, under which the offences in the counts of the charge retained by the trial court are punishable and punished. The offences once more are recognized, cognizable, and ground instance and existing law in force in Nigeria. Assuming without considering that at the commencement of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act, the Terrorism Prevention Amendment 13 was repealed, and such is liable to affect the validity of the defendant's trial. I refer to Section 98 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2022, which provides 98.1. The Terrorism Prevention Act number 10, 2011 is repealed. 2. Any regulation, order, requirements, certificate, notice, direction, restrictions, authorizations, consents, applications, ongoing cases.
Honor Magic 8 Pro 200 megapixel AI Ultra Night telephoto camera.
Saya dulu tak boleh pakai gigi palsu sebab tulang rahang saya terlalu kecil. Gigi selalu longgar dan sakit bila
continue to be enforced and have effect as sealed, made, issued, given, or done under the corresponding provision of this Act. 98.3 provides any proceedings, prosecutions, sentence, judgments, charge, or course of action pending or existing immediately before the commencement of this Act under any of the repealed acts in respect of any rights, interest, obligation, or liability may be continued and commenced as the case may be, and any determination of any court of law, tribunal, or other authorities or person may be enforced to the same extent that such proceedings, prosecutions, sentence, judgment, charge, course of actions, or determination might have been continued, commenced, or enforced as if the act has not been made, unquote. The import of this provision, particularly Section 98.3, it serves as a saving provisions which ensure that the amendment of the Act does not affect the validity of trial begun under the repealed Act. This saving clause or preservation provision is aimed at ensuring that pending proceedings or other of course are not washed away as a result of the commencement of the amended Act 2022, but to ensure a smooth transition from the repealed Act to the amended Act. The sum total of this is that the enactment of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2022 does not vitiate the trial of the defendant rightly commenced under the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Consequently, this issue is resolved against the defendant. With respect to the substantive issue. I must start the resolution by outlining the effect of the action of the defendant in failing to put in his defense despite several opportunities afforded him by this court. Generally, in criminal trial, the defendant has the three options available to him. Upon the closure of the presumption case, he has the option of making a no-case submission to argue that the presumption has not made out a prima facie case against him to warrant him to enter his defense, or that the evidence led by the prosecution so far has been so discredited under cross-examination that it will be unsafe for the court to convict him. Another option open to a defendant is to put in his defense where he will be opportune to state his side of the story as well as present exculpatory evidence in his favor. The third and the final option is to rest his case on that of the prosecution. The defendant in this case choose to make no case submission, and this court overruled his no case submission on the 26th day of September 2025 and ordered him to put in his defense. It is his constitutional right to do so. He, however, refused to do so. He rather consented to the withdrawal of his learned senior counsel representing him, despite the court employing him to enter his defense on several occasions, even begging him, in the name of God, as a minister in the temple of justice, passionate about justice, as an apostle of Jesus Christ, I begged the defendant passionately and severally, but the defendant was obstinate and refused, and the court had no choice than to foreclose him. The effect of this is that the defendant has chosen to rest his case on that of the prosecution. The defendant this morning confirmed this fact by saying that he has put in his defense. The effect of the defendant resting his case on the prosecution is that it is a gamble, a risky option, which may boomerang if the evidence adduced by the prosecution is believed by this court. The Supreme Court in Adamu and states, citations supplied, and I quote, the law is generally settled that an accused person who at the close of prosecution case decided to rest his case on that of the prosecution as presented against him is only exposing himself to risk and gamble. The reason being that if the case is such that even if all the prosecution cases are believed, yet the offense as charged is still not proved, then the accused may get away with the risk of resting his case on that of the prosecution. By that choice, the accused will have decided not to explain any fact in rebuttal of the allegation made against him. See also the position of the Supreme Court in the case of Ajibade and State Citation Supply, where the court ends, and I quote, appellant elected not to give evidence in his defense, but to rest his case on that of the prosecution. The election is within his rights under the law, but the legal effect of the said election is to leave the court of trial free to accept the uncontroverted evidence of the prosecution in proof of the charge, which the court rightly did, in my view, unquote. See also the case of Hakim Idisseyin versus Olajide citation supplied. The defendant in this case deliberately refused and failed to call any witness and present evidence through his witnesses in rebuttal of the case of the position. The implication is that he admits the case of the prosecution, and the court is entitled to rely on the uncontroverted evidence led by the prosecution. With respect to count 1 of the charge, the defendant is facing a charge of committing an act in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria by making a broadcast receipt and ad in Nigeria with intent to intimidate the population and threaten that people will die and the whole world will stand still, thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(b) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. The subsection provides a person or body corporate who knowingly in or outside Nigeria, directly or indirectly, willfully commit an act preparatory to or in furtherance of an act of terrorism, commits an offense under this act and is liable on the conviction to maximum of death sentence. The ingredients of the offense as drawn from the above are: 1. The defendant must be a person or body corporate. 2. The defendant must have done an act preparatory to or in furtherance of an act of terrorism. 3. The defendant must have done the act preparatory to or in furtherance of terrorism act knowingly or willfully, and same may be directly or indirectly. See the case of Ada versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied. Looking at the first ingredient, there is no doubt that the defendant in this case is a person. He is known as Nnamdi Kanu. The man is in 50 who stood trial before this court. Thus, the first ingredient is resolved in favor of the prosecution. For the second ingredient, the prosecution led evidence showing that the action of defendants in making broadcasts threatening that people will die constitutes a terrorist act. Terrorism or a terrorist act, according to online Oxford Dictionary, is, I quote, the unlawful use of violence, intimidation, especially against citizens in the pursuit of political aim, unquote. It is also important to explain what constitutes terrorist acts. Section 1(2) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013 provides us, and I quote, in this section, act of terrorism means an act which is deliberately done with malice, aforethought, and which A, may seriously harm or damage a country or international organizations. B, is intended or can reasonably be regarded as having been intended to: 1. Unduly compel a government or international organization to perform or abstain from performing any act. 2. Seriously intimidate the populations. 3. Seriously destabilize or destroy the fundamental political, constitutional, economic, social structure of a country or international organizations. 4. Otherwise influence such government or international organization by intimidation or coercion. C. Involve or causes, as the case may be: 1. An attack upon a person's life which may cause serious bodily harm or death. 2. Kidnapping of a person. 3. Destructions to government or public facilities, transport system, and infrastructural facilities.
Boboy tak boleh berdiri ni bang, tak rasa tau bila main.
Tak menjadi, tak keras, makin dibiarkan.
Public-private properties likely to endanger human lives or result in major economic loss. 4. The studio of an aircraft, ship, or any means of public or goods transport and diversion, or the use of such means of transportation for any of the purposes in paragraph B4 of this subsection. 5. The manufacture, possessions, acquisition, transport, supply, or use of weapons, explosion, or of nuclear, biological, chemical weapons, as well as research into development of biological and chemical weapons without lawful authority. 6. The release of dangerous substances, causing of fire, explosion, or flood, the effect of which is to endanger human life. 7. Interference with or destruction of supply of water, power, or any other fundamental natural resources, the effect of which is to endanger human life. D. An act or omission in or outside Nigeria which constitutes an offense within the scope of counter-terrorism protocol and convention duly ratified by Nigeria. The Supreme Court, my noble Lord Kekerekun, JSC now the Supreme, now the CJN, heard in Abdul Mumuni versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I quote, Section 15.2 of the EFCC Act provides, any person who commits or attempts to commit a terrorist act or participates in it facilitates the commission of a terrorist act, commits an offense under this act, is liable on conviction to imprisonment for life. Section 46 of the Act provides, terrorism means any act which is a violation of the criminal code or the penal code and which may endanger the life, physical integrity, freedom of, or cause serious injuries or death to any person, any number or group of persons, causes or may causes damage to public properties, natural resources, environmental or cultural heritage, is calculated or intended to intimidate, put in fear, force, coercion, or induce any government body or institution, the general public, or any section thereof to do or abstain from doing any act or to adopt or abandon a particular standpoint or to act according to certain principles or to disrupt any public service, the delivery of any essential service to the public, or to create a public emergency or create general insurrections in a state. Any promotion, sponsorship of contribution to command, aim, incitement, encouragement, attempt, threat, conspiracy, organization or procurement of any person with the intent to commit any act referred to in paragraph A1, 2, and 3, unquote. It was further added, and I quote, the crucial aspect of offense of terrorism is the creation of intense fear and anxiety, both physical and psychological, in the mind of members of the public, which has the effect of coercing, forcing, intimidating them to do or abstain from doing any act or to adopt or abandon a particular view, policy, or position to act according to certain principles, unquote. See also the case of Berende versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied. In my research, I came across a handbook from the United States Institute of Peace titled Teaching Guide on International Terrorism. Definition, causes, and responses, where several definitions of terrorism were given as follows. I quote, the calculated use of violence, the threat of violence to inculcate fears, intended to quash or to intimidate government or society in pursuit of goals that are generally political, religious, or ideological. Terrorism constitutes the illegitimate use of force to achieve a political objective when innocent people are targeted. Terrorism is defined here as the current use or threatened use of political motivated and clandestine organized violence by a group whose aim is to influence a psychological target in order to make it behave in a way which the group desires. See judgement. The unlawful use of force or violence against persons or properties to intimidate or coerce governments, the civilian populations, or any segment thereof in furtherance of political or social objective is derived from Federal Bureau of Investigations. What therefore constitutes a terrorist act from all the definition above is an act of violence. Threat of violence intended to cause fear, put the recipients of such violence or threat in a state of fear. Applying the above definition to the facts of this case, the defendants in several of these broadcasts made several threatening harms to the federal government of Nigeria, the general Nigerian populace, including its own people who claim to fight for, who he claimed he fight for. In an interview with Sahara TV, contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant was interviewed by one Rodolfo Okonkwo. He was introduced as the founder and director of Radio Prevail. When the defendant appeared on the street, his nameplate was Nnamdi Kanu, director Radio Biafra. While speaking on the national conference in Nigeria, which was organized at that time, the defendant mentioned the name of some of the representatives from the Southeast as the conference, and he said, if you go there and negotiate any other thing apart from Biafra, you better not come back because our people will be waiting for you. That very person, unquote. When he was asked about the consequence for this representative, including one Ike Nwachukwu, defendant was unequivocal when he said, things have changed, and that because the only language that people in the zoo understand is language of violence and force. After all, that very contraction was put together by Frederick Lugard by force. That is what many people don't understand. Lugard killed many people to put Nigeria together, and the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to the zoo. It is a promise. It is a pledge. Also a threat to them. They must understand it, that we have had enough of this nonsense. Unquote. It is not noteworthy that defendants in the said interview kept referring to the southeastern part of Nigeria as Biafra. The defendants made some comments, such as the governor of the southeastern state being the stooge of Hausa Fulani godfathers. He even stated that Rochas Okobocha, former governor of Imo, had institutionalized the entire state to satisfy his Hausa Fulani godfather. He said nobody had asked Governor Peter Obi about Izu River, and the person dumped in the said river. Further, during the interview, defendants, while answering a question about whether he will embrace a peace separation or choose a violent path, stated at about 7 minutes 30 second mark of Sahara TV interview in Exhibit PWW, which is a flash drive containing all its broadcasts, said, and I quote, "If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo called Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you," unquote. He also made reference to the Nigerian Civil War when he said, in 1967 to 1970, it's not 2010 to 2015. Then we had scientists, but now we have people who can make things happen even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring a warning that we are not joking. 8 minutes mark in the flash. He said, "I do not believe in peaceful actualization of whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you will become free by peaceful means," unquote. The defendant also lent support for violent acts when he said he welcomed what a group known as Biafra Zionist group did when they unleashed violence at the Enugu State Government House. He even said he hoped
berdiri di bawah pun boleh cantas dan setinggi 5 meter macam ni. Tak perlu lagi memanjat untuk memakan zahanah.
The corrupt and inept persons in administration of the government, stating that Biafra must exist and it is their right to make sure it happens. In the broadcast of 16th May 2021, also contained in the Exhibit PWW, the defendants in the beginning of the broadcast stated thus: "My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. I will remain a loyal servant of the people of Biafra." He further stated around 51 minutes mark, and I quote, "If God is on our side, which I know He is, the army of Nigeria will die in Biafra land. Everybody will die. I will be the one leading it. By God's grace, everything called Nigeria will perish in Biafra land. The world must be prepared for what is to come. I want to let Catherine Lance and the British government to know that we have chosen the path of death and people are dying every day. We have to develop the mindset of after this, which even though NATO is there, NATO is there. We say that we are ready to die, and everyone that comes to kill us will die also, because things will start happening in the next 14 days. In the next 2 weeks, the slaughter will begin to happen. You see those CNN that have refused to come to Biafra. We come by force to see what is happening. We will make sure that every Nigerian soldier on Biafra soil will die. God is my witness. I will lead this burial myself, unquote. Around 55 minutes mark to the exhibit, he said, and I quote, "I want the United Government to understand that we are ready to die than be slaves," unquote. At about 1 hour mark, he said, and I quote, "Israel was named Palestinians by the Romans because they were too stubborn. Go and ask how they did it. They bombed them, the Romans, away. Not these roadside bombs. Every road leading to Biafra will be man, landman. Everything that is Nigeria, whether it is police, army, will blow till the kingdom come. Every neat and simple. Very neat and simple," unquote. The defendant also stated in that same broadcast, and I quote, "We are asking for our freedom, and they are listening. But when we start doing what we want, the whole world will start begging us, and then I will come out from wherever I am and tell them that it's too late. Throw away the phones. Remain incommunicado as we are in the state of war. It will not kill you to do away with your phone. Some people should go into the bush and stop the advance of this army, or else they will kill you." Unquote. These words spoken by the defendants in those broadcasts were not mere words, as they bear heavy traces of threats to harm people, including international representatives representing their nation in Nigeria. The said broadcasts were several in numbers, and the defendant kept repeating his rhetorics that people will die if Biafra is not created. The defendant planned to commit the terrorist act did not only manifest in his broadcast, but was shown in a meeting he had with other Igbo people in the United States. At a World Congress, Igbo Congress meeting held at the 4 Points Hotel in Los Angeles, in the United States of America, as contained in Exhibit PWW. The defendant, while speaking to the audience, stated, and I quote, "We must not miss this golden opportunity we are bound to suffer in this time to come. You must come out to support what we are doing. We need guns, and we need bullets. I know we love life so much. Without it, Hausa will overrun us. They have succeeded in imposing Okoroshan on us. They are coming. Boko Haram is coming in Igbo land." Unquote. A female participant stood up to ask the defendant of his objective, as well as why need for weapons. The defendant responded, and I quote, "We now know that the best way to defend ourselves is to be armed, because Boko Haram is everywhere in Zoo, called Nigeria. So we need guns and bullets, and those of you in America will give it to us. Also, on the 22nd day of this month, something will happen called the blood moon. Most of you don't know that just before the Civil War, there was blood moon. There was blood moon in 67, and it only happens once in a while, because after this year, we will be free, no matter what happens. If we don't get Biafra, everyone will live to die. We are not joking." His intention was quite clear. He believes only in violence as the solution to the creation of Biafra as a nation. And at the said World Igbo Congress, most of the participants were quite alarmed by the expressions as his plans, and so they kept asking if he had considered the option of peaceful dialogue, to which the defendant was adamant that only violence could lead to the achievement of his aim. These threats of violence are nothing but terrorist acts, which was duly carried out by his followers, as will be seen later in this judgment. The defendant knew what he was doing while making these violent statements. He obviously had an objective, which one, the face of it is political. That is, secession of the state of Southeast, South, and some middle. Defendant was also bent on achieving his objective with the use of violence, and he didn't mind if his own people die in that process. As one of the crucial elements in establishing crime, the intention and the knowledge with which defendant carried out the act can be expressed by him. If not so expressed, can be deduced from his conduct or activities or other connected circumstances. Bauchi, Berede, and Federal Republic of Nigeria. From the uncontroverted evidence led by the prosecution, particularly the brokers contained in Exhibit PWW, it is clear that the defendant committed acts preparatory to and in furtherance of terrorist acts. The defendant had the opportunity to explain, but failed and deliberately refused to take that opportunity. Thus, he did not place any evidence before this court to explain the contents of the said brokers or any reason which may be exculpatory in his favor. Having failed and deliberately refused to enter defense or give explanation, the court will rely on the uncontroverted evidence of the prosecution. This court therefore holds that the prosecution has established count one of the charge beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted in respect of count one. With respect to count two of the charge, the defendant was charged with making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria with intent to intimidate the population, issue deadly threats that anyone who flouts a sit-at-home order should write his will, as a result of which banks, schools, markets, shopping malls, fuel stations domiciled in the eastern states of Nigeria were not opened for businesses. Citizens and vehicular movements in the eastern states of Nigeria were grounded. This offense is also punishable under Section 1(2)(b) of the Terrorism Prevention Act. The ingredients are similar as contained in count one, except that the prosecution must establish that the defendant indeed issued a threat to anyone who flouts his sit-at-home order in the southeastern state of Nigeria. The evidence as led by the prosecution shows that the defendant issued a sit-at-home order wherein he threatened the residents of the southeast state from going out. He further threatened that any church, markets, schools, banks, or shops which opened will be destroyed. This was the purpose of his broadcast of 30th day of May 2021, where he stated that he had an announcement to make regarding the shutdown of the entire Southeast. He stated exactly at 9 minutes 30 seconds in the broadcast contained in Exhibit PWW, and I quote, "Tomorrow being the 31st day of May, there is complete lockdown, no church, no markets, and nobody should be seen outside tomorrow. I do not want violence. I do not want anybody to resort to violence. I condemn it completely and totally. We do not want to spill the blood of the innocent. Therefore, I am urging restraint across board. I am urging our people to honor the memory of people who..."
Wah, tak percaya? Dari jauh pun lampu ni masih boleh menyala. Terima produk yang saya perlukan. Sekarang dengan
complete shutdown. If you want to be alive, do not come out tomorrow. What I'm saying is that do not come out tomorrow. If you value your life, there will be complete shutdown of Biafra land tomorrow. Any community that allow vehicle to pass tomorrow will be in trouble. Anybody in any car or lorry except in ambulance will be in trouble. I know some people are very foolish, trying to open their shop around 12. If you open that very shop, we will burn you inside it. Especially Enugu, Umuahia, Abakaliki people. You are very stupid. Tomorrow we will show you, unquote. This statement at first sounded peaceful, and even seemed as if he was only persuading people to honor the memory of some people. However, defendant in his typical aggressive way of speaking began issuing threats to those who might want to obey his order, that might not want to obey his order. The people of the Southeast are Nigerians, and I take judicial notice substantially are Christians who go to church, and merchants that are into trade, and there are children who were threatened against going to church, their places of business and schools. This cause wonders. If this can be said to be agitation for self-agitations, unequivocally, I say no. The people of the southeast of Nigeria are entitled to their right to personal liberty, freedom of movement under Section 35 and Section 41 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. The same section provides, and I quote, every person shall be entitled to his personal liberty, and no person shall be deprived of such liberty, save in the following cases and in accordance with the procedure permitted by law. A. In execution of the sentence and order of court in respect of criminal offense of which he has been found guilty. B. By reason of his failure to comply with the order of court and in order to secure the fulfillment of any obligation imposed upon him by law. C. For the purpose of bringing him before a court in execution of order of court or upon reasonable suspicion of his having committed a criminal offense. D. In the case of a person who has not attained the age of 18 years for the purpose of his education or welfare. E. In the case of persons suffering from infectious or contagious disease, persons of unsound mind, persons addicted to drugs or alcohol, vagrants for those people or purpose of those care or treatment or protection of community. F. For the purpose of preventing the unlawful entry of any person to Nigeria or of affecting the expulsion, extradition, or unlawful removal from Nigeria of any person or the taking of proceedings relating thereto. Provided that a person who is charged with an offense and who has been detained in lawful custody awaiting trial shall not continue to be kept in such detention for a period longer than the maximum period of imprisonment prescribed for him. Section 41 provides, every citizen is entitled to move freely throughout Nigeria, to reside in any part thereof, and no citizen of Nigeria shall be expelled from Nigeria or refuse entry thereby, or exit therefore. They are also entitled, unquote, they are also entitled to their right to freedom of religion as expressed under Section 38 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The right to personal liberty, movement, religion are complementary of each other. God jealously guides these rights, and they are basic rights which belong to them as being human beings. These rights are so fundamental. Kindly say, my Lord Agagu JCA has initiated it on this in Okafor versus Lagos State Government and another citation supplied. The people of the Southeast cannot be ordered to sit at home by a person, especially for someone who is not a legally recognized official of the federal government or an official of any of the states. The only person entitled to restrict movements of persons within Nigeria is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under emergency power under Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. The President can order for a coffee area where there is a crisis or natural disaster. The defendant is not the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thus lacks any power to so declare a seat at home in any part of the country. The defendant arrogated to himself power to he lacks, and with the threat of violence, order the resident of the southeastern states to stay at home or face the consequences of their disobedience. This is an unconstitutional act which is subversive and amounts to nothing more than a terrorist act. It is also a notorious fact that the people of Southeast have been subjected to sit-at-home threats on Mondays for years now. PW4, who stated that he was stationed in the Southeast, especially in Imo State for some years, gave evidence that Monday sit-at-home is a usual occurrence wherein the town are deserted, even the farmlands. PW4 also gave evidence on the death of one Ahmad Goodluck, a former aide to the former President Goodluck Jonathan, that the said Ahmed Goodluck had been killed by airport met in portion to the order of defendants. Ahmad Goodluck was trying to catch a flight out of Owerri on the 30th day of May 2021 when he ran into a checkpoint by airport and was shot dead. PW4 stated that he was one of those who got to the scene first. It must be noted that 30th of May 2021 was a Sunday, not a Monday, but notwithstanding, it leads to the death of a person trying to move around due to the directive of the defendant as shown in Exhibit PWK. Is a medical report from the Nigerian Police Medical Services, Owerri. The report is dated 18th July 2021 and it states, to whom is concerned, medical report. Late Ahmed Goodluck Ahmed hospital number. The victim allegedly shot dead by hoodlums suspected to be IPOB/ECN members on 30th October 2021 at about 7 hours at Long Airport Road, Owerri. Picture of lifeless man seen, body of disease buried, information. The above medical reports, duly signed by the medical practitioner, clearly states the immediate cause of the death of Ahmed Goodluck and links him to the defendant as leader of IPOB and ECN. The action of the defendant cannot be excused under any circumstances. The declaration of a sit-at-home without any constitutional power, especially the accompanied by the threat, is a terrorist act. The defendant did not present any evidence to rebut this case, the case of the prosecution. Consequently, he admits the evidence as presented by the prosecution. The prosecution has successfully proved count 2 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of count 2. With respect to count 3, the defendant is charged with professing to be a member and leader of indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, a proscribed organization in which thereby committing an offense contrary to and punishable under Section 16 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013. Section 16 of the Terrorism and Prevention Act provides, and I quote, any person who is a member or professes to be a member of terrorist groups commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a time not less than 21 years. The ingredients of the offense from the above provide provisions are 1. The defendant must be a person. The defendant must be a member or professes to be a member of a terrorist group. 3. The terrorist group must have been proscribed as at the time the defendant claim or professes membership of such group. As earlier established, defendant is a human being. There is no doubt about that. With respect to second ingredient, prosecution has led evidence showing that the defendant was not just a member, but he was the leader of a terrorist organization known as Indigenous People of Biafra. Indeed, in the broadcast of 16th May 2021, as contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant, in the beginning of the clip, stated this, and I quote, "My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of Indigenous People of Biafra and director of Radio Biafra, Biafra Television. I will remain a loyal servant of the people." Unquote. He further stated around 51 minutes mark into the video. side, which I know he is. The army of Nigeria will die in Biafran land. Everybody will die. I will be the one leading it. By God's grace, everything called Nigeria will perish in Biafran land. The world must be prepared for what is to come. Unquote. In several other broadcasts, the defendant admitted being the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. There is no fact before this court showing that defendant is not member and in fact leader of the said group. The defendant from the evidence before this court also possessed power to order the coordinator of IPOP in the broadcast dated 11th May 20.
Wah, tak percaya? Dari jauh pun lampu ni masih boleh menyala. 5 produk yang saya perlukan. Sekarang...
Why plead? And I quote, concerning the lockdown announced yesterday, I urge all people of Biafra and all those in Biafra land to disobey the lockdown order given by the Judiciary Republic of Nigeria. The reason is because they want to use the dead of the night to move their fighters into our forest, because we have defeated their foot soldiers. We must resist this stupid lockdown and it will not hold in Biafra. I am calling on all the coordinators, deputy coordinator of ECN, ESN and IPOB not to sleep in their houses today, but to look for somewhere else to stay. Because now we are in the trenches. Now you will know what is freedom fighting for. It is not comfortable. It is not rosy. Do not sleep at home. Do not sleep at home. Change your phone and even your phone itself. The defendants no doubt belong to the group and belong to the professing to be a member. He is the leader of the group with the influence of commanding the coordinators of the group. Not only IPOP, but even Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of IPOP. In a broadcast of 12th December 2020, the defendant made an announcement in inaugurating the military group known as Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of the indigenous people of Biafra. He stated, and I quote, "We have cowards, spyland idiots as governors. They have given over our land to the Janjaweed to occupy in perpetuity. This very generation, this very IPOB will not tolerate it. Not now, not tomorrow, not forever. We will rather all perish and die than to allow our land to be taken over by the Janjaweed. This is a warning to all the governors who are conspiring due to one political consideration to give our land to infidel and blood-sucking demons from this time. It cannot happen, not under our watch. We are being told that some of these invaders come from Senegambia, Mali, from Nigerian Republic and some from Chad, according to Governor of Katsina State, El-Rufai. Therefore, we are setting up the Eastern Security Networks to combat the excesses of these vagabonds, criminals from crossing the Jail along the same line as Amotekun, the one set up by Metiala. What we are launching before the world today is Eastern Security Network, not a Biafra army, and we will let the world know when the army is too much. But for our present purposes, we are setting it up to defend our land. Biafra against Merunda from the Shahi and the Islamic incursion led by terrorists, Fulani, to be precise. In the coming days, you shall see them in their uniform, performing the critical issue of providing security for our land, unquote. The defendants who was visibly agitated continue in the broadcast by stating, no governor in the Southeast and South-South have been able to form a security outfit. Therefore, IPOD must defend our land to the very last blood. We shall not stop, not now, not tomorrow, not forever, until our land is get rid of 20 of these Fulani terrorists. In the third video broadcast, there was a side video of the man of the Eastern Security Network, dressed in black with red cap, waving black flag with the signet of Eastern Security Network. This is therefore no doubt that the prosecution has established the second ingredient beyond reasonable doubt. With respect to the third ingredient, the evidence before this court shows that IPOB is a proscribed group. I take judicial notice of section 3, under section 122 of the Evidence Act of the order made by my learned brother Nyako J in suit number FAC/ABJ/A/A71/2017 between Attorney General of the Federation versus indigenous people of Biafra, dated 20th September 2017, wherein the activities of indigenous people of Biafra were prescribed. The said order crystallized into PWJ, which is the Federal Republic of Nigeria Official Gazette number 99 in volume 104, dated 20th September 2017, titled Terrorism Prevention Order Terrorism Prevention Order of 2017. The Gazette reads, and I quote, notice is hereby given that by the order of Federal High Court in suit number FAC/ABJ/CS/A71/2017, dated 20th September 2017, as per the schedule to this notice, the activities of indigenous people of Biafra are declared to be terrorist and illegal in any part of the country, Nigeria, especially in the southeast, south region of Nigeria, as prescribed pursuant to Section 2 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2011 as amended. 2. Consequently, the general public is hereby warned that any person or group of persons participating in any manner whatsoever in any form of activities involving or concerning the prosecution of the collective intention or otherwise of the said group will be violating the provision of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2011 as amended and to prosecution. The import of the above is that beginning from the commencement date of 20th September 2017, any person claiming to be a member of IPOB commits a terrorist act. The defendant, by his broadcast of 11th May 2021, 12th December 2020, professed to be a member of proscribed group. Thus, he is in breach of Section 16.1 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Consequently, he is hereby convicted of count 3. On count 4 and 5, which are closely related, the defendant is charged with inciting members of the public in Nigeria to hurt and kill Nigeria security personnel and their family members, by committing offense under Section 1, Sub 2H of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. The section provides as follows: any person or body corporate knowingly in or outside Nigeria, direct or indirectly, willingly incites, promises, or induces any other person by any means whatsoever to commit the act of terrorism or any of the offenses referred to in the act, commits an offense under the act and is liable to conviction to maximum of death sentence. The ingredients of the offense which the prosecution must establish beyond reasonable doubt are: 1. The defendant must be person or body corporate. 2. The defendant must have directly or indirectly incite, promise, or induce other person by any means whatsoever to commit the terrorist act. 3. The defendant must have directly or indirectly incited, promise, or induce other person by any means whatsoever to commit the terrorist act willingly or knowingly. The defendants have been established to be a human being by the prosecution.
It is clear we know where they are going and what they want to do. So very soon
according to the Supreme Court,
we are going to stop listening to them and wait for their verdicts. We will stop listening to them and wait for whatever their verdict will be, so that we can do some other things, because we know what they want to do.
An act of making someone to feel brave or confident enough to do something by giving active approval in support of the crime. Incitement also have the element of encouragement. By incitement, the person is provoked by a strong passion or feeling to commit an offense. The word set is a word of quite a number of synonyms. The two words set on connote the resemblance of causing to attack or chase, like one will be, say, the fisherman prepare the bait to set on the fish. It also has the element of antagonism. And instigation, the act of instigating, means something happened by the actions or conduct of a person who is the starter. By the act of instigation, the co-accused is prepared or gingered to commit an offense, unquote. Likewise, the online Oxford Dictionary defines incitement as follows: the action of provoking unlawful behavior, urging someone to behave unlawfully, unquote. The Cambridge Dictionary also defines incitement as follows, I quote: the act of encouraging someone to do or to feel something unpleasant or violent, unquote. Drawing from the above definitions, the incitements involve provoking or instigating people to do an unlawful act and in their instant terrorist acts. The prosecution has led evidence their family members. The brokers of 24th day of October 2020, as contained in the PWW, the defendants said, and I quote: Radio Biafra is now in the hands of the enemy of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that they spent over 4.8 billion a few days ago to suppress what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what is happening in the zoo, and you thought that I was joking. They have now come with their clamp down, but they are now going. They are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is it not playing out our program right now, unquote? The defendant also stated, I am telling you people to go to the bush. Whenever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army in any army uniform is an enemy of the people, unquote. Around 57 minutes to this video mark, the defendant stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu. It is surprised that after British High Commissioner came to Tinubu, they opened fire on protesters in Lagos. You should know, you should not buy chalk that the woman is a devil, a big, big devil. She too will go, will get a comeuppance, unquote. The defendant was referring to Katrina Link, the British High Commissioner at that time. The defendant also said, from what will happen in Aba between today and tomorrow, we tell you how serious we are. Every police officer with uniform, once you come out from your house with police uniform, you are dead man walking, unquote. Callers were calling in from places like Aba, like toll gates and other parts of Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja, Jos, Abia State. Even one Jacob called from Nasarawa State. And the defendants kept giving orders for these callers and other listeners to kill every police and soldier. The defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to the defendant, while inciting his listeners to attack the relative or security personnel, stated, and I quote, that every commander they have given his name, fields, find his children. I want to get him in trouble. When they take him to court and ask why I said such thing, I will tell them why. Find the commander. His name is Ifu Umata. Find his children. Find his children. The commander of those on the ground. Find their children. Very, very important. Find their children. Unquote. Defendants went for that. And I quote, start attacking the police. Take their guns. Use them against them. Manufacture motor tours. Cocktail. Manufacture bombs to bomb them. Unquote. The defendant at about 2 hours, 44 minutes, 35 second mark, while concurring with a caller who informed him of the intention of other IPOP members to burn down the Ezima police station, stated, not only one, I want every police station in Aba to be destroyed, completely destroyed, and burn them down. It is an order destroying them completely. Anybody who sees them with police uniform, kill the person. Nigeria wants anarchy. We will give them anarchy, unquote. In another broadcast, the defendant, while responding to a caller, stated this: you people must devise strategy to outfit the army. There are some guns in Edo State right now, as we speak. Use those guns to kill 1 or 2 of the army officers. Take their guns and begin to kill other people as well, because they cannot sustain this protest for 3 weeks. There are guns in Edo State already. Kill the army whenever you see them. Take their guns and kill, unquote. The incitement of the defendant for the public to kill security personnel is quite clear from his big blockers. Not only incitement to kill security officers, the defendant even went as far as inciting the public to destroy all properties of the federal government during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020. The defendant, in another live video dated 20th October 2020, the defendant, while responding to calls his foot soldier during the NSAS protest, stated, and I quote, if you leave the Janjaweed and their agents the way they operate, if you leave them, believe you believe me, you will suffer. That very hotel must be brought down. I did not say set ablaze. It must be demolished as an example to the rest. If you have not dealt with Tinubu, in Lagos. The other will not learn their lesson. Tinubu is an evil man. The hotel referred here to is Oriental Hotel in Lagos, which the defendants alleged belong to Tinubu. While responding to a caller, the defendant urged his callers to ambush the security forces during the protest and cut them off. He said, and I quote, "Go to the bush. You need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. They are animals and not human beings. They may be wearing uniform like police or soldier, but they are animals. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to escape, your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flame. Breach the perimeter fence and burn down the Lagos Airport. If you have double barrel or pistol, go to the airport and burn it down. Set Muritala Muhammad Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjawi, they do not reason, unquote. It is important to state that the said hotels and Muritala Muhammad Airport and other property in Lagos, they are not in the north, where it seems to hate with passion. Even his own fellow Igbos people have property in Lagos. With destroying the property is said to be agitation for self-determination. The threats and the destruction which follow were corroborated in Exhibit PWD2, which is a pictorial pictures of the assessment of damage done to the Nigerian police alone in the state of southern states. So many of these police stations and even police officers were killed as a result of the incitement by the defendant. Also, Exhibit PWD2A, which is a compilation of death reports and certificate of death of security officers in the report. The number of police officers who were killed was given as 128. Military officers were 37. Other security officers are 10. Number of police stations attacked were 164. INEC facilities destroyed were 9 in number. This clearly shows the extent of damage caused by the defendant through his inciting statements. Another caller called into the program informing the defendant that he was at Oshodia Papa Expressway and that they are killing them. The defendant, annoyed by this information, stated for how many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill? Unquote. The caller then responded that they have owned the Orile police stations and Ilasa police station. The defendant then told the caller not to wave the green, white, green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to other caller by saying, what I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world. The people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritale Muhammad Airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and ambush them. Unquote. The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria. According to PW5, he led a team of officers to investigate the destructions and killing of the security personnel that occurred during the EndSARS protest of 20th October 2020, as contained in the...
Ayah Baba, kasunto aba-aba yang mempunyai masalah
happening during the NSAS protest on the defendant. However, there is no doubt that the incitement by the defendant contributed likely to the killing of security operatives, as well as destruction of public properties. The defendant incited people to destroy properties such as the Lassa police station, other police stations, and properties of the government. The evidence before this court shows that the said properties were actually destroyed, such as the Lassa police stations, the High Court of Lagos in Judiciary, as well as PRT buses belonging to Lagos State government in Oyibo. PW2 also testified that military corpus were killed by those incited by the defendants in Olu, in Imo State. In addition, PW4 stated that his driver and one of his tactical officers were killed as a result of the incitement. The action of the defendants were clear, as it was aimed to cause anarchy by killing security operatives in Nigeria, which would in turn lead to breakdown of law and order. The defendant had an evil intention to wreak havoc on the people and government of
You never see
Nigeria.
anything. You don't understand.
All these
Even I next chairman, no. Even I next chairman, no reach this man, no.
the action to this,
You don't
the
understand.
answer to this is in negative. His violent outbursts, as well as his instigations of the public to attack and kill security officers in southern Nigeria without provocation, was downright barbaric and without any conscience whatsoever. The defendant did not feel any concern for the family of the officers who were slain. He turned himself to a tyrant who could take life anytime he pleased. Such person cannot be allowed to remain in society of sane minds. It's shocking.
This court is a motor show versus Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Was incomprehensible.
He is the one making the case now. He is the one personally making the case for the Prosecution Council.
That the evidence extracted is minute compared to the avalanche of. I must say that evidence extracted in this judgment is minute and very small to the avalanche of evidence and broadcast before this court by the defendant. The defendant made extremely threatening statements, incited people to violence. The prosecution has successfully discharged his burden of proving counts 4 and 5 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of the said counts 4 and 5. Now count 6. For count 6.
You see the count, huh?
The defendant is charged with the offense of
me and you go there
a broadcast received an ad in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court. The furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, in which he directed members of the indigenous peoples of Biafra, the proscribed organization, to manufacture bombs, thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(f) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013.
He want to confuse everybody before giving that judgment.
Prevention Act 2013 provides a person or body corporate who not fully, knowingly in or outside Nigeria, directly or indirectly, willingly, assist, facilitate, organizes, or directs the activities of person, organization engaged in any act of terrorism. The ingredients of the offense expected to be established are: 1. The defendant must be a person or body corporate. 2. The defendant must have assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of person or organization engaged in terrorist activities. 3. The defendant must have
disgraced country
or willingly assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of persons or organization engaged in terrorist acts. The defendant here is
In reading this gospel, master, if you don't forget, all of us know what he want to do.
has led evidence to show that the defendant has directed members of the terrorist organization to build bombs, other explosives in order to attack security operative. Indeed, in furtherance of his terrorist actions and following the incitement of persons to kill defendant security operative, the defendant also directed his members to build explosive devices, particularly motorphone cocktail, at about 1 hour, 30 minutes, 36 seconds of the broadcast of 20th October 2020 as contained in Exhibit PWW. The defendant, while responding to a caller about ENSA's protest, stated, and I quote, "Now, this night, I want graduates to go to work. Graduates of chemical engineering, those who were born as engineers."
All this your conviction. We never hear where you say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kill somebody. Only broadcast. All this nonsense this man is reading. Only broadcast Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There was never a place he said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was holding a weapon.
I want any breach that they can use to reinforce to be destroyed. They are going to come from the middle belt. This night, we have engineers everywhere. People who are intelligent. Go back now and give us your own version of motorphone cocktail. We must destroy them before they destroy us. Every youth tonight, anybody, police uniform, anywhere, especially in Aba, in Lagos, once you have police uniform or any army uniform, that person is your enemy. Attack them, because if you don't, they will kill you. If you are a graduate of physics or chemistry, no sleep for you tonight. Go and manufacture something to destroy the police and every army position starting from this night. Unquote. During the said focus, while responding to a caller named Jacob from Nasarawa State, the defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to a filling station to get fuel in a bottle, put a rag.
Exactly, repeating the same thing over and over again.
Set the rag afraid, and
he's not saying anything different. Repetition, wasting our time here.
Now growlers they disturb him.
Wikipedia.com that I accessed at 1 a.m. on 20th November 2025 is a hand-drawn incendiary weapon consisting of a fragile container filled with
where the evidence is
equipped with a fuse in use.
I beg I go leave this idiot to go do my duty.
Is lit and the weapon is thrown.
I have a duty to take care of now, so that we will later get their verdict and discuss their verdict later. Already we know where they are going. Whatever he wants to say, we know already. So, no Biafran should be worried about these idiots. Whatever they want to say, no Biafran should be worried about what they want to say.
Applying the above definition, the directive of the defendant to members of the group to build improvised.
He won't confuse everybody before he talk what he won't talk.
Molotov cocktail is capable of causing explosions, damage like any other bombs, which aim is to cause destructions. This directive, like other directive, is a manifestation of anarchy-minded of the defendant, which is set out to express through his Biafra radio, which he claimed to be the founder and director. The defendant, through the radio Biafra platform, carried out so many terrorist attacks, which led to the destruction of lives and property in Nigeria. The defendant is not only confirmed to local terrorists, but I hold without hesitation that he is an international terrorist. From his strength to attack British High Commission
this guy,
and the American Embassy away, as well as his incitement against the British High Commissioner.
That America way he talk, nine go voice everything way he turn.
In the broadcast of 21st October 2020, Independent stated thus, and I quote, Radio Biafra is now in the hand of the enemy of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that Britain spent about 4.8 billion a few days ago to support what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what is happening in the zoo, and you thought that it was joke. They have now come with their clampdown, but they are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is
so all this wasting of time and all this thing is because of what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said on radio.
You people to go to the bush.
If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used AK-47, that one maybe the value could take 1 month.
Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them.
We know the next here, man.
God have mercy.
Any person with a police uniform or any army uniform is your enemy. Around 57 minutes, mark into that video. The defendant directed his threat at Katrina Lyons, the British High Commissioner. He stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu.
Now they send you now. No people will send you. You won't make their own case for them.
Came to Tinubu. They opened fire on protesters in Lagos.
That Tinubu way talk. Tinubu go later come answer that case. That name way mention now. He goes answer that case.
We go come repentance. Announced 1 hour, 8 minutes, 35 second mark. The defendant also stated, and I quote,
my people, I have an emergency and I just have to leave this people now. We will get the verdict later on. Whatever be the reply and response, we will get it, and I will try to update everybody in my evening broadcast. Tomorrow we are going to get because we know where they are going. So there's no point wasting time. I appreciate everybody that is here. I thank you all. I have an emergency call and I have to attend to, so we get back again and we can be able to conclude it. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody that was part of this, and we will continue to move until we get back.
The very oldest language on the face of this very earth.
Yes, I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
if it's better,